Let me start by saying Happy New Year to everyone, and welcome back to 4 of our commissioners, and welcome to Commissioner Tolbert to our meetings. I have the honor of opening the first board meeting of the year. So my name is Amy Bergens, and I am the Douglas County Clerk Treasurer. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner Tarkanian, do you mind leading it?
Of course not. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners use timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. Public comment will not be taken on liquor board agenda items. If you would like to provide public comment on liquor board agenda items, please provide your public comment during opening public comment or closing public comment. Public comment must be limited to matters that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners. Public comment must be addressed to the chairperson and not to the members of the public so that the board may take future action on the issues that are raised by the public. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners.
Do I have to turn anything on? Okay. Good morning. My name is Adrienne Sawyer for the record. Welcome, new commissioners. 17 resident of Minden. I would like to comment about the proposed cell towers. Verizon was approached because there is a significant gap in service, particularly at DHS. Additional cell towers would cover gaps and have the ability to improve public safety communications by installing radio antennas on cell towers. I live 0.9 miles from DHS on County Road. As a Verizon customer, my children are not able to contact me if they are at DHS. On a normal day, that can be frustrating and inconvenient, but when I get a text from another parent or an automated call, the high school's on lockdown, it is terrifying. We live in uncertain times. If something horrific happens at DHS, as a Verizon customer, I am condemned to miss my children's call for help and not be there when they need me most. And that is the worst case scenario. What about parents with students with medical conditions that are monitored through smartwatches and cell phones? The gap in service at DHS must be addressed. East Fork and Douglas County Sheriff's Office are in support of additional towers. This community has always proudly supported law enforcement and first responders, while additional cell towers will help connectivity to 911 for both the public and first responders by having additional towers to carry the traffic. The addition of radio antennas has been overlooked. It is not whether the public can call 911 in an emergency, it is whether a deputy can radio for backup or a paramedic can relay medical information to dispatch. This board knows that there are serious radio issues that the county is currently working on. Radio antennas on the cell towers would not only help East Fork and DCSO, but Washoe Tribal Police, Tahoe Douglas Fire, and Douglas County Emergency Management. The safety of the men and women that put their lives on the line for this community should be considered by the board along with the aesthetics and property values. The bottom line is the county needs 1 or more cell towers to keep up with the demand for data and cell use and help provide radio coverage for public safety. There are valid concerns with both proposed sites, and I am not sure which is the best place. That is for you to decide. Each of you were elected to make hard decisions and will never make everyone happy. Most likely any decision for or against will have legal ramifications. I am asking that the board and the county work with Verizon to find the least intrusive, feasible alternative to serve the identified gap in service and ensure all first responders have adequate radio coverage and all 1,505 high schoolers are covered, not just AT&T customers. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Ron Conway, Johnson Lane residents. I am the president of Protect Johnson Lane, Inc., just so you know who's at the head of that. I came here today. I was going to explain to you how you can add Fremont as a no-truck route and why you should, and it will not cause a problem. But I decided instead I'm just going to poke the bear. It's a new board. Hopefully this year, this board will not continue to throw Johnson Lane residents under the bus and then back it up. I'm astonished at how fast you guys got those signs put up for no truck route. But doesn't that ordinance not take effect until February, and those signs are already up? That's pretty amazing for somebody who's not trying to impress or split the community up. I've had a CDL for 45 years. I've trained, I've taught, I think out of the box. That's what I get paid to do. Never in my life have I seen a no engine brake sign going uphill, nor have I needed to use an engine brake going uphill. Maybe Jim Jackson's right. Maybe we do need to have Elon come in and look at it, wasted money. I'm sure that cost $500 to put a sign on an uphill slope for no engine brake. We've been fighting this fight since 2020. This commission has done zero for Johnson Lane residents, except for protect Knox material. Yeah, I'm gonna stop calling it painted rock because the gate says Knox material. By the way, they moved their property line out 50 yards. I'm gonna have to go down and look at the assayer's office and see if that's right, because I don't see how it is when they had property stakes up at the gate by surveyors. I don't see how they can do that. Makes it really impossible to see those QR codes that are supposed to be on the front gate that ain't there, that this body gave them an out saying, oh, vandalism. Has there been one report of vandalism? Why would somebody go out there and tear those QR signs down and leave the taped up no trespassing sign constantly? You guys have done nothing but protect Knox and throw the residents under the bus. I have it here. Anybody who wants to see it, I can show you how all you need to do is add Fremont, Sunrise Pass, and East Valley south of Johnson Lane. And nothing Knox can do about it. It's in your own ordinance. Read it.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Happy New Year. Welcome, Commissioner Tolbert. You've got a big learning curve for sure. I'm positive staff and your fellow commissioners will be assisting you. First thing I'm going to address is the January 16th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners proposed agenda item for the South Shore Area Plan Final Approval of Amendment Package 1. I now understand that there might not just be 2, but 3 amendment packages total. I strongly urging that the South Shore Area Plan be one of the first agenda items on January 16th for many of us that will be attending the Barton Environmental Assessment Scoping Meeting up in Tahoe from 5 to 7 p.m. the very same day. I'm suggesting committee appointments. I'd really like to see everyone mix it up this year to have a more well-rounded board, especially the Tahoe committees. No disrespect, but I state this as Commissioner Rice's term ends in 2026, and I sincerely believe others need to understand the diverse differences in Tahoe now instead of a huge learning curve. I propose Commissioner Rice be an alternate for all Tahoe committees to get the others up to speed. Furthermore, every committee should have an alternative. I'm not sure when the discussions on committee selection will happen. We as a county will be addressing many items in 2025 that probably have already been red flagged for upcoming meetings. I'm sincerely hoping the following topics rise to the level of importance earlier in the year. Number one, scrubbing the budget and understanding some of the contributions that do not really benefit Douglas County, in my opinion. Example, the Prosperity Center reports are compiled of information we can easily obtain, and duplicity of the Tahoe Chamber with similar efforts that the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority and Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority do. These two items, if were removed, would add $105,000 to more worthy causes, in my opinion. Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, several issues have been identified related to the event center noncompliance requirements. The year one report should come to this board for possible discussions. Title 20 updates, vacation home rentals, giving the policy an opportunity to work. More discussion on scrubbing the budget. We are in dire need of an IT person to correct some of the website confusion. The sawmill operations, what's going on there? An informational presentation is appropriate, as there doesn't seem to be much going on there these days. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Maureen Casey for the record. I apologize for making my request this morning, as personal commitments will not allow me to do it this afternoon. In 2020, the Board of Commissioners recommended to Governor Sisolak my appointment to the State Land Use Advisory Council as Douglas County's representative. He accepted that recommendation, and as a result, I've just completed 4 years as the representative on SLUPAC. During those 4 years, I attended every meeting, was well prepared, and an active participant in council discussions. I made timely reports to the board on items that affected the county. Examples of critical issues I brought to the council are increased communication between adjacent states on zoning issues affecting both sides of the border, such as the marijuana growing facility on the California border with Topaz, and the need for increased scrutiny on all legislation dealing with green energy. There are more, but I only have 3 minutes. With the support of Tom Delaire, the long-requested presentation on TDRs was finally given and very well received at the Northern Nevada Planning Conference held at the Tahoe Blue Event Center in 2023. I believe I represented Douglas County well, and respectfully ask for your recommendation to Governor Lombardo for reappointment to SLUPAC as Douglas County's representative for another 4-year term. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here in behalf of my neighbors at, Mary Wickham. I'm here in behalf of my neighbors on Springfield and Gardnerville regarding the Drayton Street project. We voted unanimously at a home meeting against putting in a street, and we were told the meeting here today was at 4, but it was going to be moved to February. Houses on Springfield are unique in that they would be sandwiched between traffic in their front yards and their backyards. It was interesting that at that home meeting, I was represented by the Water Conveyance Advisory Council and not an emergency exit meeting, a greater priority. Emergency exits by code are required for the safety of the public and overdue, so take down all non-passable by car barriers and install gates. These can be simple and cost-effective gates. Gates could be at Wintergreen, Sweetwater, Acorn, and Rojo. Connecting Rojo to the open space near Sweetwater where the dip is, fill in the dip with, or the hole with rocks. Then there's drainage and safety exits for residents. This valley has lots of rocks. Let people exit by dirt roads. There's no need for a fully paved road when it's used for emergencies. Rock can also be used for paving and drainage, and a dirt road is accessible. Busy daily traffic on Kingston Way was a dirt road for months while crews worked on the street. This solution eliminates issues with the 1,000 linear foot rule regarding easements of residents' properties, as stated in the ordinance in the Douglas County Code and chapter. all requirements for utility installations. Easements are the most common easements: gas, electricity, fiber optics, which I'm not for fiber optics, and Chapter 12.04 excavations or permits. And permits regulations that were adopted and signed by the commissioners on May 16, 2024. What are the permits to date or may be issued? A road is already scheduled according to the Planning Commission, and there is a public works map. The public should be informed of all permits that affect their properties and property values and disclose information. In question is the electric station between houses 924 and 928 on Kingston, and the tubing in the ground that was the open space of that project. What is that tubing for? And a huge upgrade of electricity with the federal warning added. So by law, the engineers are not required to put a cost on the project, so the cost is open-ended. Are roads funded by the Department of Transportation? And what is the Douglas County current debt load? So take down all non-passable by car barriers and install gates in the open space for public safety.
Good morning. My name's Ron Wengler. I also live in the Pleasant View Estates, and Mary has covered a lot of the technical things. I'm here more to speak on quality of life, common sense, taxes, our tax dollars, where they go in this project. I've spoken to the engineer involved, Jeremy Hutchings. I've spoken to many people to try and get myself and the other people that were in attendance at this meeting up to speed about code and different things. We've been living with Drayton the way it is. I know it was master planned to pave through there, but on a common sense level, it's like 120 feet parallel to Sweetwater. There really is no logical reason to pave Drayton. Everybody loves it the way it is. We prefer leaving it that way, with the exception of connecting Acorn to Sweetwater. And the most effective way, tax-wise, is to do an emergency road that would connect those two with gates for emergency purposes. Acorn already has steel gates up there. They're not locked at the moment. It would require taking down the wood gates at Sweetwater and putting in gates there locked so fire and emergency could access that if needed. It's my understanding that the developer had deposited money to cover, let's say, their share of that connection or development back in the day when the development started. I also understand at the moment that that money doesn't exist any longer. I don't know how that can be, and it'd be very interesting to find out where that money is. But from a tax purpose standpoint, the county and our tax dollars shouldn't have to be paying any more than necessary to, let's say, satisfy the code for that development and having an egress road for emergency purposes and satisfy that. I know many people that live off of South Rubio. North Rubio is a private road. North Rubio, which is paved and maintained, but the people over there would not want a connector going from this thing over to Rubio. They don't want traffic over there, and there's really no need to connect that section. So from a quality of life issue, everybody's very happy with the way it is, and we're very agreeable to just do the emergency connection and move on with this project. So hopefully I'm speaking for everybody. There is a video accessible to the meeting that we had, and everybody was unanimous that that's what they would like to see done. So I'm just here to speak in a more general terms on a personal level. All right? Nice having the opportunity to speak to you.
Good morning, Julie Duda. Welcome to Commissioner Tolbert. Looking forward to your contribution. Transparency concerns. First, December 2023 and previous Decembers, this board had a joint meeting with the Audit Committee to present financial information, including the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. There wasn't a joint meeting last month, so the question is this on the schedule? Second, in July of 2024, $29 million was withdrawn from the investment fund without communication to the community. Information was given in October in response to public inquiry. Some questions still remain. Proactive communication and transparency needed. Third, last month, a request for public information was denied on the difference between $24 million county budget adjustment published in a legal notice and the $55 million budget adjustment stated in the agenda. Action is needed to provide budget transparency to the community. Number 4, requests for discussing the financing options for the Judicial Court Center were denied. This was a lost opportunity for community engagement and does not benefit your public relations with the community. Number 5, 35% trash fee increase by Gardnerville Town Board. Repeated requests for transparency on salary and benefit allocations were denied. If this stands, the additional cost to residents and businesses of this small town will be $1 million over 2 years. This is a result of lack of transparency and a deceptive strategy. In closing, the greatest failure of 2024 was Johnson Lane for creating a hazardous living environment and lost quality of life for that community. Not in your wheelhouse, the greatest success of 2024 was getting the school district on a better path. Looking forward to 2025 with improved transparency, proactive communication, and a community-first concept.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. For the record, my name is Dan Carter. I'm a member of Minden RV and Boat Storage, LLC. We purchased the parcel at 1701 Buckeye Road last April. We've been working very diligently over the last 9 months to develop that parcel, and the process has actually gone very well. We have our conditions of approval from the County Engineer's Office. One of those conditions is the construction of a cul-de-sac off Buckeye Road in order to access our parcel and the parcel adjacent to us. We're happy to construct that road. All we need is the abandonment of the current Mid-Valley Boulevard to be approved by the commission in order for us to complete that construction. We've submitted everything we needed to the County Engineer's Office last November, but have not been able to get on the last several agendas for your guys' approval. Any assistance the commissioners could provide to get that on the next agenda and get our project back on track would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Seeing no further public comment, I'm going to close opening public comment and bring it back to the board. We're going to approve the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. The Board of Commissioners reserve the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, or to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. Do we have any discussion or a motion?
Ms. Bergens, I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Gardner and a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor, say aye. Did I say it wrong?
You are perfect.
Oh, I thought I heard Tarkanian. Was it Rice? My apologies. I was writing and not looking. So a second, I have a motion by Commissioner Gardner and a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Moving on to the administrative agenda. For possible action, discussion on the election of a chairperson and vice chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners in compliance with NRS 244.070 and County Code 2.04.025. Before I open this up for discussion, and for the purposes of a clean record, I'm going to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we make two motions for this, one for the chair and one for the vice chair. I'll ask first for discussion on the nomination of a chair, then I will open it up for public comment. The public comment, there will only be one public comment, and it is for the chair and vice chair. So if you have public comment on this agenda item, please do so when I open it up. For after we have discussion on the chair. Then I'll bring it back to the board for a motion and a vote, and then we will discuss the vice chair. Is everyone in agreement with that? Okay, so we will start by opening it up for discussion among the commission about a nomination for chair.
Madam Temporary Chair, I have enjoyed being your chair for the past year, and I respectfully request that from my fellow commissioners that they nominate Charlotte Hales, Commissioner Hales, as the replacement as chair.
Do we have any other discussion before I open it for public comment? Seeing none, I'll open the nomination of chair and vice chair for public comment at this time.
Ellie Waller, thank you, Ms. Bergens. The only confusion I have is we don't know who's being nominated for vice chair. Thank you.
Seeing no further public comment, I'm going to close public comment, excuse me, and bring it back to the commissioners. More discussion or a possible action or motion?
Madam Chair, I believe that I made a motion in my opening comment. I move that we nominate Commissioner Hales as our new chair.
I will second that motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Rice and a second by Commissioner Gardner for Commissioner Hales to be our chairperson for the 2025 year. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. Any opposed? All right, I'm glad we don't do all elections that way. Obviously, I prefer the way that I run real elections, not these elections. So my apologies, I do this once a year. Okay, with that, we move on to the election of a vice chair. Is there any discussion?
Madam Temporary Chairwoman, ma'am, whatever you are, I nominate Commissioner Gardner to be the vice chair for the next year.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Rice for Chairman or Commissioner Gardner to be vice chair for the 2025 year. And I have a second by Chairwoman Hales. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so congratulations to Chairwoman Hales and Vice Chair Gardner on your selection for the upcoming year, and I am very happy to turn this meeting over and not have to run the rest of it. With that, we will take about a 5-minute break to rearrange seats and put out our name tags, and we will be back. So it is 10:30 right now. We will resume at 10:35.
It's 10:37, and I'll reconvene this meeting. Before we go any further, I just wanted to take a moment and thank Chairman Rice for his excellent service, for his many, many trips down the mountain for extra meetings, for his even temper and his dedication and great work. So thank you. All right, with that, we will move to approval of previous minutes. Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian.
I'll make a motion to approve the previous minutes.
Commissioner Tarkanian has moved and Commissioner Gardner seconded approval of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Moving to the consent calendar.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar items A through K.
Commissioner Rice has moved and Commissioner Tarkanian seconded approval of the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Madam Chair, there is a second administrative agenda item to elect the. That needs to be.
We need to back up. Thank you. We missed the second administrative agenda item, which is for possible action, discussion on the election of the chairperson of the Douglas County Liquor Board in compliance with NRS 244.350.
That's an action item, so we need to go to public comment, but afterwards I'll offer a
Is there any public comment on this hot topic? Seeing none, back to the board.
So, Madam Chair, at this time, I move for the election of Charla Hales, Commissioner Charla Hales, as a Douglas County Board of Liquor Board in compliance with NRS 244-350 to be named chair.
I'll second.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Okay. Now,
All right, thank you for picking up that loose end. Now we will move to the I think we completed consent agenda. Okay. We will move to the regular administrative agenda. Agenda item 3, for presentation only, Nevada Ethics and Government Law Training. Before I finish that, 3 and 4 are training on the ethics law and the open meeting law. And I think we have a number of folks who are in the room with us who are here for training as members of other boards or committees in the county. And I want to welcome you, and very briefly, I would like to recognize you and also make a record of who's here. So would you, all of you, just come briefly to the microphone and state who you are and what your position is?
My name is Yvonne Wagstaff, and I'm here with Douglas County School Board.
Bob Connor. I'm here with the Douglas County Library Board.
Ruth Kaywood. I'm here with Zephyr Heights General Improvement District. I'm a trustee.
Diane Imbach with Zephyr Heights General Improvement District. I'm kind of the administration helper.
Jeff Burgess, TRE, GID Board.
Sharon Becker, TRE, GID, Trustee, Chairman.
Michael Tanner, Topaz Ranch General Improvement District, Operations Manager.
Good morning, Marty Caraher with the Zephyr Heights GID, and I'm actually the chairman of the board.
Katie Bolin, Office Specialist, Town of Genoa.
Jody Bruns, Genoa Town Manager.
Liz Higgins, Oliver Park GID Trustee.
Maureen Casey, Planning Commission.
Kirk Walder, Planning Commission.
Cheryl Baraldi, I work for McVicker Group doing bookkeeping and some of the administrative work for the GIDs that came up.
Thank you very much for coming to the microphone. We appreciate your service and your interest in being well-trained. All right, back to agenda item 3. Nevada in Ethics and Government Law training will be provided by Ross Armstrong, Executive Director of the Nevada Commission on Ethics. Thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong, for being here with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Commission. Again, I'm Ross Armstrong, the Executive Director of the Nevada Commission on Ethics, and we're here to do training for you folks today on Nevada's ethics law. When people think about ethics, a lot of times they think about kind of general, like treating each other with respect or rules of the road. The training we're doing today is about the actual ethics law, the specific statutory requirements for Nevada's public officers and employees. And so sometimes we'll get folks that ask us to intervene if they think government is not acting appropriately. We check it against the actual ethics law. We don't go out there and police decisions that are made. If they're good government or not, that's not what we do. We interpret the ethics law. So what we're going to talk a little bit about today is why ethics matters, what sometimes those barriers to compliance are, what we do as a commission, who and what is covered under the ethics law. We had lots of folks just introduce themselves that are covered under the ethics law. We'll talk about the 3 main buckets of the ethics law, which is improper benefits, disclosure and abstention, and then cooling off. And then we'll close with some resources and contacts. We have an ethics law primarily because of Richard Nixon and the Watergate scandal. Following that scandal, states across the country implemented ethics laws, and Nevada was one of those that in the mid-'70s initiated our ethics law. We're celebrating our 50th year this year. Of course, the first attempt in 1975. The next year, the Supreme Court found it unconstitutional. They went back in 77 and actually implemented a law similar to what we have now. We are just the Nevada ethics law. There's a federal ethics law for federal employees, so we don't monitor federal employees. We're going to go over a lot of details today. I always like to start with this legislative declaration that a public office is a public trust and shall be held for the sole benefit of the people. For the sole benefit of the people, not for the sole benefit of the people in government or for the sole benefit of family of people in government, but for the sole benefit of the people. And so if you keep that in mind as you go about your public service, you're going to be able to maintain compliance with the Nevada ethics law. Why do ethics matter? We look back at some of the discussions, the legislative discussions around the time the ethics law was implemented. We know that when public officers or employees act in a non-ethical way, essentially using their government position to benefit themselves, that dissolves trust in government overall. It undermines efforts of the public servants who are out there every day doing good work, and it gets us away from government for the people. There are some barriers that we like to talk about. Not every time we see an ethics complaint is the reason that somebody may not be following the law because they want to break the ethics law. There are some other things to keep in mind. So a lot of times it's lack of awareness about what the ethics rules are, and so that's why we offer lots of education and outreach so that public officers are aware of the rules before they begin their public service. And I would commend, Douglas County for having us come every year at the beginning of your year. You're our only county that has us with that regular, frequency to make sure that your public officers know the law. Sometimes they don't know where to find resources if they have an ethics question. And then sometimes what we see is like if somebody immediately comes from the private sector or you're interacting a lot with private sector folks in your government role, the private sector folks may have a different business ethics as they go about their work where, like gifts and a dinner here and dinner here, those types of things are normal business practices that we want to be careful of in government. And then, just kind of those same pressure and societal pressures. So what does the Nevada Commission on Ethics do? You can see kind of here's the spectrum of the things that we do. We work really hard to make sure we have outreach and education, which we see as prevention, right? Preventing folks from violating the ethics law. We recently launched an online learning management system, the Nevada Ethics Online. So if you have new, agency directors come on, you can send them there. They can get the same content at a kind of a self-paced rate. So that's a new innovation for us. We also provide advisory opinions. So any public officer or public employee, if they have an ethics question, we always recommend chatting with their agency legal counsel first, because they get some protections under the law if their agency counsel has given them the green light on something. But we also offer advisory opinions. And so we have a form public officers and employees can request. They say, I have an ethics question. Now, for those advisory opinions, it's important to remember it has to be about your own conduct. You can't ask for advice on how somebody else is conducting themselves. And then it is really a process where we engage with the public official that's asking for the advice. So it takes, we have 45 days under the law to issue an advisory opinion. And sometimes it takes a little longer as we gather all the facts to make sure that we're giving really sound advice. Those advisory opinions, when they're issued, are binding on that public official. But they are also confidential unless the person wants to waive confidentiality and have the opinion published. And then kind of on the enforcement spectrum of the things we do, folks can file ethics complaints. We review those complaints. In some cases, we'll investigate those complaints and take action. So who is on the Nevada Commission on Ethics? There's 8 folks. 4 are appointed by the governor, 4 are appointed by the legislature. No more than 4 members can be from the same political party or county, so there can never be a majority from one political party. 2 must be licensed Nevada attorneys, and 4 must be former public officers or employees. Because we're reviewing government conduct, it's helpful to have folks on the commission who have that type of experience. Commissioners, as well as the executive director and the commission council, are prohibited from holding other office or being actively involved in the work of any political party or campaign. And also prohibited from lobbying state and local legislative bodies. So what kind of conduct falls under the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission? I talked a little bit about how we think of like, oh, that doesn't look right, that looks like inappropriate, but we're really looking at the ethics law. So what is in our ethics law? I talked about those 3 buckets: improper benefits, cooling off, which is when you leave public service, and then disclosure and abstention when you're taking action and you might have a conflict of interest. You can see that up at the top, there's certain things we don't. Now, we get complaints about these things, but we decline jurisdiction because we don't have authority under the law to handle them, which is includes discrimination, open meeting law complaints, HR-type employment grievances. There's no prohibition in the ethics law that a public official can't cause harm to somebody. So sometimes we get complaints and there may be a public official that's using their position to harm someone else. That is not within the jurisdiction of the ethics law. We've tried to get that added in the past, but have not been successful with the legislature. So it's all about, is there a benefit? In addition, the thing to remember there at the bottom left hand is that we only have jurisdiction over public officers or employees. You'll hear me keep saying public officers and employees. What's the difference? A public officer is somebody who is appointed or elected to a position that's established by law somewhere. So whether it's in the Nevada Constitution, an NRS, your county codes. So for example, if Douglas County has in their county codes that there shall be a director of the library, that director of the library is a public officer, right? All the librarians that work for that director are then public employees. The requirements for both are pretty much the same. Public officers do have to file an acknowledgement of ethical standards by January 15th after they're elected. But all the actual like nitty-gritty details of the requirements of the ethics law, other than that acknowledgement form, are the same. In addition, the ethics law sets a 2-year statute of limitations. And so if somebody files a complaint about something that occurred 5 or 6 years ago, that is outside of our jurisdiction. I'll pause here and ask if there's any questions about who is covered by the ethics law. Okay. There is one term that we want to go over before we dive into the details, because it's woven throughout the entire ethics law, and that's this term, what we call commitment in a private capacity, or what I like to call your list of magical relationships. So under the ethics law, these 6 relationships create a conflict of interest, period. So your spouse or domestic partner, a member of your household, someone within the third degree of consanguinity or affinity. And here's a chart that shows what that is. It's like a fancy legal term that tells you how closely related you are to someone. So those folks on the left-hand side of the dotted line are within your third degree of consanguinity. Those on the right-hand side are outside of your third degree of consanguinity. So these are folks in your family tree you want to be aware of if they come into contact with your public work. Moving on, also in your magical list of relationships is your employer. So if you are if you are a county commissioner and you also work for, let's say, a private hospital, that you have a conflict of interest with that private hospital. Substantial and continuing business relationships, let's say you own a business and you have vendors that you're regularly working with or other individuals you have continuing business relationships with, that's going to be on your magical list of relationships. And then just for fun, the ethics law has this term called substantially similar. So any relationship that is substantially similar to those others also counts in your commitment in a private capacity. Which can be frustrating because how are you supposed to know if you have a relationship that is substantially similar? Again, we always say ask your agency attorney first. But for example, we've had two cases that had different results on whether somebody was substantially similar. It dealt with ex-spouses. In one scenario, you had ex-spouses where the spouses had grown children, so there was no child support. They didn't live in the same state. They rarely talked to each other. It had been like 10 or 15 years since the divorce. The commission said, you do not have a relationship that is substantially similar to a current spouse. You do not have a commitment in a private capacity to that ex-spouse. Fast forward about 5 to 10 years, we had another case where there were ex-spouses still living together, still very financially entangled, seeing each other every day. The commission said, your relationship is substantially similar to a current spouse. You have a commitment in a private capacity to that person. Some other examples in that substantially similar category would be like a volunteer firefighter has a substantially similar relationship to an employer, to their fire department, even though they're a volunteer. In that case, there was a city councilman who was a volunteer firefighter. An issue for the fire department came before them, and he did not properly disclose his conflict of interest, right? Because he said, well, I'm not employed by them. Commission said, no, you have a substantially similar relationship. And then we have a number of cases that say, like, if you sit on a nonprofit board, then you have a commitment in a private capacity to that organization, even though it's not quite a continuing or business relationship or an employer. It's substantially similar enough in your interest to count as a commitment in a private capacity. So just having these relationships is not an issue, right? You don't give up your humanity just because you've chosen public service. But when these relationships come into contact with your public office, that's when you want to take a pause and think about the requirements under the ethics law. There are three main areas of the ethics law. As I discussed, we'll talk about each one. In proper benefits is the biggest bucket and has the most requirements. And then disclosure and abstention, which is most helpful for folks like on a voting commission, as you are. And then the last one is cooling off as people get ready to depart public service. So we're going to watch this video, the case of Jojo Bear. You may remember it from last year, or if you're a new commissioner, this will be new to you, maybe. What I'd like to do is take a look at this one. I'm going to ask you if you see anything specific at the end of this video that might be an ethics issue, and then I'll also ask you if the Ethics Commission should take the case.
Joanne, hey, hi.
Hey there, new treasurer.
I just wanted to say thanks for supporting me.
You're gonna be great.
Hey, are those the bottles of wine that were donated for the auction? You need me to help you bring those in?
Oh, no, I'm taking those home. Those are really old.
Are those gift cards and candles for the auction too?
Oh, yeah, they got dirt on them. And also, that candle smells bad. Hey, do you want a bottle of wine and a bad-smelling candle? Here you go. You're on the board now.
No.
We're gonna make a great team. Bye!
So, Joanne, listen, I'm not so sure PTA members should be taking donated stuff for themselves.
You are absolutely right.
I am so glad you understand.
It's just, I put a lot of time into the PTA. I mean, it's almost a full-time job, except that it's not because I don't get paid. And sometimes, I guess in a moment of weakness, I might, order a muffin on the PTA credit card. I guess I feel like I deserve it.
Aw. Oh, don't cry, Joanne. I'm sorry I said anything. Hey, one muffin ain't nothing.
But it is, Linda. One muffin is suffin. Do you think I'm a bad person, Lin?
No, Jojo. Are you kidding me?
Should we split it, or, I mean, we don't want to use this, right?
You know what? Let's put it on the PTA card. We earned it.
If you say so. By the way, here are the invoices for everything. I need my new treasurer to approve all the purchases and enter them into the spreadsheets. You think you could do that?
Yeah, sure. I'll, start spreading the sheets. Huh, these science kits cost $40 each? Let me see how much these things cost on the website. Science Wow products. Oh, Joanne's buying them retail. That's why they're so expensive. Why would she do that? Science Wow is a division of JoJo Bear Publishing. Wait a minute. JoJo Bear.
I call him Bear, and he calls me JoJo.
Oh my goodness! Joanne and her husband own the company that makes the science kits. This is bad. This is JoJo very bad.
Okay, so did anybody see something they thought might be an ethics issue? Yeah, there's most folks that they'll say everything. That's the most common first response when I get that. But if you identify the specific things, right, like taking the wine and the candles that were supposed to be for the auction. Now, an act can also be criminal and violate the ethics law, right? So if somebody is embezzling things that were donated, that's when we call Sheriff Coverly and have him, take a look at that in addition to us. Buying the muffin on the company, the PTA credit card could certainly be an issue if you're using funds to benefit yourself, and then the self-dealing contracts, right, with the science kits. So I'll reference each of those as we go through the rest of this area. Should the Ethics Commission take this case? Most people say yes, but the answer is no, because the PTA is a private nonprofit, right? They're not a government entity. If there was a Nevada law that said there shall be PTAs and the PTA shall have a president and a treasurer, then they would be a government entity and they would be public officers that we would go. So they got to go, complain to the PTA ethics board or whatever that might look like. Yeah, that would be really a Sheriff Coverly should take a look at this one, I think. So there's, as I said, the improper benefits bucket is pretty large, but everything basically follows this really simple formula. If you use a government position to create a benefit for yourself or someone on your magical list of relationships, then that can become an ethics issue, right? So there's the use of your position, there's some sort of benefit or gift for yourself or someone you have a private commitment to, there's going to be a potential ethics violation. So let's talk about gifts, since we just had the holidays and everybody freaks out about gifts around the holidays. In the state of Nevada, under our ethics law, there is no limit. There's no specified you cannot take a gift over $50 or something like that. Lots of local governments and agencies have specific requirements in terms of gift limitation, but under the Nevada ethics law, there is not. The standard under the Nevada ethics law is you can't take a gift, a service, a favor that tends to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of your duties. So we have some facts to consider, like did you accept and seek out the gift? What is the value of that gift? And what is the nexus between the gifter and the giftee's kind of decision making? What is the nexus between the gift and the person's role in government? So if you have a friend, let's say from high school, and maybe you have lunch, 6 to 10 times a year. Sometimes you buy lunch, sometimes she buys lunch, right? When she buys you lunch, that's a gift. But is that a gift that's going to tend to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from doing their day job, right? Probably not. That's just part of the way our culture works in terms of gifting and showing appreciation and affection for each other. If, on the other hand, the person that takes you to lunch is somebody with an active application to an RFP for a contract before your commission, and you're going to be voting on that next week, and the dinner, maybe they fly you to New York for the dinner on their private jet, all of a sudden now we can see that there's a high value of the gift and a high nexus between the gift giver and some governmental decision making. So that would certainly be a problematic gift. So that's something to think about, as a county commission. as leadership, like, do you have a county policy on gifts for your employees so they know, like, yes, you can actually, go to lunch with your friends. Don't worry about that. How do you explain that to your team? This is different than the gift disclosure requirements in the financial disclosure requirements filed with the Secretary of State's office. So certain officials are required to file annual disclosures with the Secretary of State's office. There is a $200 threshold there that requires you to report those gifts. It's not, that is just in terms of a transparency thing, right? There's not a limit on that gift, but you have to report that so that the public can know that you've received that gift. Other items.
As long as we're there.
Yep.
I would, the financial disclosure report is due, I believe, to the Secretary of State's office by January 15th. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Our date is the same for our ethics acknowledgement forms. If you were just elected, it's the January 15th date is our deadline for that particular form. So I'd have to double check to make sure that's right, because the Secretary of State's office handles all those financial disclosures. But I have it on my to-do list for this week because I know that deadline is coming.
I guess the reason I bring that up is I would imagine we have some members of the public that have been elected to office recently or continuing in office, and as I understood it, the January 15th is the deadline for that. And so I'm saying this kind of as a reminder of those people here, us and myself included, and also the people that may be watching. So maybe it would be better to ask our Chief Deputy District Attorney for clarification on that. Am I correct, I guess? Financial disclosure report.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I have no idea what the financial disclosure deadline is.
I can tell you that is the date, correct.
And it's one of those things to look at carefully, because for certain folks, like, you have to file it only if you make a certain amount of money, you bring in a certain amount of money for the year. Others have to do it no matter what. So just double check those. The main point for me on this slide is don't fail to do that, and then tell the Secretary of State that the ethics guy said if it was, that there was no limit. So different items. It's interesting as laws go, this used to be, those financial disclosure forms used to be something under the Ethics Commission, and it was transferred to the Secretary of State's office at a certain point. Other items to go over in this improper benefits bucket. You can't seek out an economic opportunity using your public position. Number 2 is a big one: unwarranted privileges, preferences, exemptions, or advantages using your position. And the tricky part here is that the ethics law defines unwarranted as without merit or justification. Super helpful, right? That's a very detailed description. One of the things we'll do as the Ethics Commission, if we get a complaint about an unwarranted privilege, is we'll take a look at, is there a legitimate government reason for that benefit or a privilege or preference? So if you think about the video and buying the muffin on the PTA credit card, right? At first you go, oh man, you can't be buying food for yourself with using the PTA funds if it was a government agency. But for example, like when I go to Vegas or Ely to go do training, I could have a muffin for lunch and the state will reimburse me for that muffin as long as it's within the GSA rate. And so you want to just be thinking about, okay, just because on the face it says, I'm sure everybody would like to have the state pay for their muffin. But if they're not working for the state on official, government job, they don't get the muffin. So it's not an unwarranted privilege or preference because there's a legitimate government reason to have that particular benefit. So that's something we will always take a look at. You can't negotiate a contract with yourself or others. So if you think about those science kits, right, back to the video, you can't, like if you had a director of your public works department, they can't, if they own like a street painting, street striping company, they can't negotiate both sides of that contract for themselves, right? Because you're supposed to be doing the public work, and if you go into a contract negotiation and you are making money on the other end, you're not going to be focused on the sole benefit of the public. You've got other interests involved. You cannot take salary or compensation to perform your public duties. This is the ethics law version of don't take a bribe, right? Don't take money in order to vote a certain way or do a certain act. You also may not use your influence over a subordinate to create a benefit for others or otherwise violate the ethics law. So in some cases, we've had public officials that might be using the administrative assistant to go like walk their dog or mow their lawn, those types of things. When I was in law school in Oregon, the local juvenile probation chief was caught having all the kids on juvenile probation remodel his home. In the guise of like, oh, it's vocational training. No, it's like you using your subordinate deputies to oversee these kids remodeling your home. So he got into some trouble. The next one is honorarium for speaking, right? You can't take money just to make an appearance or a speech somewhere. What I do like to point out is the ethics law under this particular one has lots of exemptions. It's very clear that like, let's say that you're invited to the local chamber of commerce, right? And then they're going to have lunch. And so they pay for your lunch while you're there to speak, just like everybody else who's attending for the lunch, right? Those reasonable costs to get you to the place where you are going to be giving a legitimate speaking engagement is not prohibited under the ethics law. So if you're asked to go do something, that's another good one to ask, ask your attorney. When I started public service, I was a special prosecutor, and I would regularly speak at a academy for crime victim advocates. And so every time they had like, oh, you're eligible to get a $500 speaking, I was like, no, I don't. I'm not eligible to get that. So keep that. Use it for something else for your academy. So that would be an example of something you would be inappropriate. And then this last one is kind of interesting. We talked about, obviously, you can't negotiate a contract with yourself and your government agency, but you're also not permitted to contract with other government entities unless you get specific relief from the Ethics Commission. This is another big one. 407 is the use of government time, property, equipment, or other facility to benefit a significant personal or pecuniary interest. So note that under the ethics law, pecuniary is just our fancy word for money interest. A personal interest doesn't have to be for money. If you think about, the example I like to give is, let's say you have an accounting technician at the county, right? And she's using all of her county time, computers, office, to run an Etsy shop. She's got the invoices up on her county computer. She's using the county mail to send out her custom doilies or whatever she's making. That's clearly using that public office for private benefit. There are some other examples that might be a little bit trickier. For example, if you are, let's say that you're working and you get a call that well, let me go to the next slide actually. So under this one for 400 subsection 7, there's a limited use exception, which says there can be some limited use of property, equipment, or facility that does not violate the ethics law if all 4 of these things are in place. If it's properly authorized by a policy or the result of an emergency, if it does not interfere with the performance of the public duties, if the cost is nominal, and if it does not create the appearance of impropriety. So the example I like to give is like if let's say that you get a call, your daughter broke her leg playing football at recess, and you spend 15, 20 minutes coordinating emergency medical care for your daughter. That could potentially be a violation of 407 because you're using your government time to coordinate that care. But there's an emergency, right? And so you check this first box. It may or may not interfere with your duties, depending on what your job is. I was teaching this course at a government-run hospital, and they said if you're an ER doc and you get that call and you like leave a patient dying on the bed to go take care of this call, it's going to interfere with your public duties. You're not going to be able to use the limited use exception. The cost is going to be nominal, like the minutes you spend on the phone, and then most folks are going to say like it's okay to take care of your child who needs emergency medical care, right? There's not the appearance of impropriety. If, on the other hand, let's say you had a fire, like a fire fighter, and maybe you have a policy at the county that says, look, if the truck is fueled up and ready to go, you can do whatever you want to benefit your personal stuff. If everything is good to go, you can do some personal things while waiting for a call. You have a firefighter, maybe they're like making TikToks, right? They're like a TikTok star, so they have a personal interest in growing their TikTok audience. And it doesn't interfere with their performance of their duties if all the duties are done, right? If there's a fire and they don't go out because they're too busy doing the TikTok, they're not going to be able to use this limited use exception. But let's say that doesn't happen. The cost is, there's no nominal cost if they're not using anything of the counties to do that. And then it doesn't necessarily create the appearance of impropriety. It could, if all their TikToks are about how to beat an arson investigation. You certainly don't want your public officials who are supposed to be dedicated to fire safety and protection to be out there telling people how to like beat a fire. So that would create the appearance of impropriety. We see this 407 a lot in terms of campaigns, the use of uniforms or equipment for campaigns. And the commission has said always when you have it look like a government entity is endorsing a campaign, that creates an appearance of impropriety, and this limited use exception cannot be applied. So something to think about for your particular commission to protect your employees is what policies do you have about the use of equipment? When you think about it, maybe you have, like for example, can someone who's driving a county car stop by and get like a Slurpee on a warm day, right? Can they go by 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee? Maybe, maybe not, right? Probably. They probably shouldn't be taking their county car and their family down to Disneyland for the weekend, right? That's going to be improper. So, but if there's no policy that says that other use is permitted, then they could get, and they won't be able to use this limited use exception. So just something to keep your eye on. Think about use of computers, use of your spaces that the county has control over. Cars, again, are a big one. And remember that in order for that limited use exception to apply, all 4 of those conditions have to be met. You can't just pick one and say, but it didn't cost that much. Okay, but the other 3 things are there. The limited use exception does not apply. Some government property or information that may not see, it's not as like tangible as a car or computer equipment for, an Etsy shop would be the use of information. And the ethics law has 2 kinds of prohibitions. One, you cannot use non-public information to benefit yourself or others, and you cannot suppress a government report that's supposed to be public to benefit yourself or others. This use of non-public information, it would have to be something that is not, the language in the exact language is something that is like by law or practice, not public information. So if you have information, but anybody could have that information if they made like a public records request, that's clearly not going to be non-public information. It's got to be actual like confidential information. And then you also have to use it to benefit yourself or others. It can't just be releasing information for the sake of releasing information. An example, I was training the PERS system, and they said, oh, like if I'm a PERS person who has a list of all these people that are about to retire from public service, and my uncle owns a retirement home, and I hand him all of the information of people who are about to retire, right? He can then send them marketing stuff. That would be a use of that non-public information. And in terms of the suppression of a government report, if you follow the public records law, I think you're going to be fine on this particular one. Any questions on that improper benefits bucket? It's a big one. Okay. Disclosure and abstention. And this one is particularly, it applies to everybody, but it is particularly important for folks who sit on a public body that has an agenda and makes particular votes. So as President Woodrow Wilson said, government ought to be outside and not inside. Everybody knows that corruption thrives in secret places and avoids public places. And we believe it a fair presumption that secrecy means impropriety. And this is one where you really want to be cognizant of that magical list of relationships, because where we see people stumble over this one is that they're not thinking about that list. Most folks know they're sitting on a board or commission, they can't vote to just give themselves a bunch of money. They understand what their own pecuniary interest is, but sometimes they're not thinking about those conflicts, right? Their employer and others. So before approving, voting, or acting on a matter where either you've received a gift or a loan, you have your own significant pecuniary interest, or you might be reasonably affected by a commitment in a private capacity, you need to disclose that conflict of interest. We put disclosure and abstention in the same bucket, but there's it's two different requirements, and that's also important to note. So remember, disclosure, if you got one of these things going on, and there's a former lobbying one, if you were a lobbyist within the last year, reach out to me, I can explain that one. It's very rare. But if one of these things come up on an agenda item, you want to make sure you're working with your agency attorney to make a proper disclosure. And I will warn you what I also see. So people stumble over this one over their list of magical relationships. They also will stumble over it sometimes on consent agendas. right? Because there's this consent agenda, you're not going to have this big discussion, but if there's an item in that consent agenda that applies, you need to be making that disclosure before the consent agenda. The ethics law also says that the disclosure has to be sufficient to inform the public of the potential effect on the action or abstention upon the person of interest, and it has to be made at the time the matter is considered. And so we have a picture on the left, right? All of us would say that is not a sufficient peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's missing some critical things. Is not sufficient in detail to be a whole peanut butter and jelly sandwich. The same thing is with your disclosure. So you can't say, let's say you were considering a consent agenda item. You can't say, there's some item on this list of 50 items where I have a conflict of interest. I'm disclosing that, and call it good, right? You need to say, on the consent agenda item 5, this, I own a business, and this, maybe that item raises business fees by $2, and so you want to say, I own a business, I will be financially impacted by this particular item, and so you make your disclosure specific to what that impact is, okay? Disclosure is about that transparency piece, so the public can judge how you act based on your conflicts of interest. Abstention applies to public officers, and it is when the ethics law requires you to sit out a decision altogether, right? To not act on a matter. You cannot vote upon or even advocate for the passage or failure of a matter if the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by your own pecuniary interests, again, your matchless relationships or previous gift or loan you've received. And so the thing to remember here is that once you've determined you need to disclose, the next step is, do I need to abstain? And for example, let's say that you have that business, you disclosed, it's like a general item that is going to apply to all businesses. The ethics law has a presumption of participation that you can do that because all businesses are treated the same. But if you are hearing a matter, and let's say that your business is up for having its business license revoked or its liquor license revoked and it applies to just your business, you cannot participate because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be materially affected by your own pecuniary interests in that business. So the disclosure and abstention, again, we favor participation once you've made the disclosure. That's the key. We see people get into trouble where they don't make the disclosure, then they vote. It's like, if you had just said, I have this conflict of interest and been transparent, you could have voted. But because you weren't transparent, you cannot vote. Abstention is required in clear cases where the public officer situation is materially affected. And again, it's presumed permissible if there's no greater benefit or detriment to the officer. It's the decision is made on a case-by-case basis and an item-by-item basis, right? So you want to be thinking about that as you go forward. So some test cases, if you're a licensing board, and I'll just kind of ask for nods, but licensing board member, let's say you're a licensing board member and a friend from high school is before the board for disciplinary action, do you have to disclose and or abstain? Anyone think yes or no? Depends. I heard the depends back there, which is always my favorite answer as an attorney, right? It depends. But probably not, because if it's just a friend from high school, now maybe like if it's your friend from high school and your roommates, or it's your friend from high school and you are always, you have like lunch multiple times and you have that substantially similar relationship, you might need to make a disclosure. But let's say they're not. Let's say you just like haven't seen them since your 10-year reunion and they're here now before you for a disciplinary board. The ethics law probably doesn't require you to make that disclosure. You can, in the interest of transparency, always make a disclosure when the ethics law wouldn't necessarily require it. You can say, I don't believe I have a commitment in a private capacity to this person, but I want to disclose that you went to the same high school and I last saw them 10 years ago, type of thing. The next test case, let's say you're a commission that sets fees. Your uncle is someone who pays the fee and the commission is considering raising the fee. You're going to need to disclose because your uncle's within your third degree of consanguinity. You're not going to have to abstain because everyone's going to have to pay that fee, right? Everyone in that same bucket. So as long as you make that disclosure, you're allowed to participate. The third one, let's say you're a board member employed by company A, like you're a county commissioner employed by company A, and then company A is applying for a decision on expanded service. Right? You're going to need to disclose because you have a commitment in private capacity to that company, and you're going to need to abstain because it has a direct impact on you. Any questions about disclosure and abstention? Okay. The last bucket is cooling off.
Boys, I'm retiring. From what? From the grind. I mean, who needs it? You know, I've accomplished everything I've set out to do. What's that? Oh, bought myself a little retirement gift. Gold watch.
Ooh.
It's not really gold.
Okay, so the cooling off requirements under the ethics law restrict who you can work for after you leave public service and can restrict the things you do no matter who you work for. And so the first thing is to tell you that the cooling off restrictions apply no matter how you leave public service. If you are terminated from public service, if you resign from public service, if you retire from public service, if you leave, the cooling off provisions apply. And again, there's certain people you can't work for, and there are certain things that you can't do no matter who you work for. So the first one is you can't work for any vendor of your agency, right? There's requirements under the ethics law. The contract has to be above $25,000. You've had to have some ability to have influence over that contract, but a vendor of the agency, you cannot go work for a year after you leave. You don't have to worry about the regulated industry one because you're not a state agency. So the other, there's the requirements on the contract. It has to exceed $25,000. It has to be awarded in the 12 months before you left, and your position could have affected or influenced who was awarded the contract. So you're likely to hit that 3 as a member of the county commission, but if there's like, you know, an executive assistant in the parks department and it was a contract in some other completely department, right, they're not going to hit that 3rd requirement. Again, don't worry about the regulated industry because you're not a state agency. Then the second one is no matter who you go work for, you cannot get paid to by a private entity to either lobby or consult or provide counsel to an agent, an individual who has business before your agency on a matter that was at the agency at the time you were there. So the example that I like to use is, let's say you have like a purchasing, you're like the director of purchasing for your county, and you leave in the middle of an RFP, you cannot go get paid by one of those applicants to the RFP to make sure the RFP is awesome before they submit it, right? That would be a violation of this cooling off prohibition. For that first type of who you can go work for, through the advisory opinion process, it's possible to be granted relief. So sometimes people will leave public office. Within that year, they'll want to work for somebody who might have been a vendor of the agency, and they come to us and say, I would like to work for this. I know it's against the strict application of the ethics law, but I still think I still think there's a public need for me to go work for this vendor. And then the commission has a very specific in statute, like the factors they consider as they go do that. There's no relief granted for that private lobbying or counseling. Questions about cooling? That's the smallest bucket. Any questions about cooling off? Okay. One thing I will say is it is the public officer or employee's responsibility to maintain compliance with the ethics law. So if you have somebody who you think, like, like it comes before your board, you're like, I think this doesn't jive well with the cooling off issue, there's not an issue on the action you take. It's going to be the employee who might get in trouble with the ethics law. Let's talk about the process. So that's all the actual like substance of the requirements of the ethics law. Let's talk about the 2 process for the cases. We have complaints and advisory opinions. We receive a complaint. Anybody except for those that are currently incarcerated can file a complaint with the Ethics Commission. We don't accept anonymous complaints, so they have to be signed by the person filing them. The commission has 45 days to determine if they have jurisdiction. The entire commission determines that. If they decide they have jurisdiction, then it moves forward to an investigation. At the end of that process, there's a 3-member panel who make a panel determination. That panel determination is the first time the case becomes public. And then if it is referred to the commission, then the 5 remaining commissioners participate in an adjudicatory hearing.
Madam Chairwoman, can I ask a question? So when a complaint is filed, the name of the complainant has to be disclosed unless it falls under 2 exceptions. And I'm going to paraphrase them. One is if their health and welfare is in danger, and the other is if the employment status is with the same public body. Is that correct?
So the commission can maintain the identity of the person who files the complaint confidential if they work for, which could be interpreted as paid or non-paid working for the same agency as the person.
Okay, let me just stop you there, because you know where I'm going with this, and this is, you just use the word "are not paid for." Working for, an employment means you're being paid.
Well,
employment by definition is being paid, and that's the language in the, I assume this is a statute, or is this an ordinance, or what?
It's the statute says if they
Okay.
work for
So
the same agency.
Who's made the decision that they can be a volunteer?
The commission has interpreted the worked for to include both paid and non-paid public officers and
Okay,
employees.
so that's my question. The commission has, is the whole ethics commission.
Yeah.
And when was that made?
There's not a
When was that decision made, I meant to say?
specific ruling. It is made on a case-by-case basis. They determine if that person works for the
Come
same
on.
agency.
So you have a statute you're interpreting, but there's no interpretation. It's on a case-to-case basis. And you say that the elected officials have to be worried about transparency? There's a transparency issue. If the ethics board on a case-to-case basis can decide who they want to disclose who's making a complaint, there's a huge problem there.
Can I jump in here?
Sure.
What I understand it to be is the ethics law is similar to case law in that the Ethics Commission operates similar to a judge with case law, that previous opinions help inform and shape the meaning of the statute. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. They're charged with, as an administrative entity, interpreting the statute. And so
Well,
the two...
I appreciate.
Let's let him
Chairwoman's-
finish his thought, and then back to you.
So there's the two categories. One is you work for the same agency as the person that you filed the complaint against. The other is if you have a bona fide belief that if your identity is disclosed, that you or your family might be subjected to the violence or the threat of violence. The working for agency requirement is mandatory on the commission. The language of the statute says if they make the determination that that person is working for the same agency, confidentiality protections must apply to that requester. If it is the worked for same agency application or complaint, then that is permissive.
Well, I appreciate that, but that wasn't in response to what Chairwoman Hill said. And I understand, Chairwoman Hill, why you may want to get involved in this, and this is no part of your business in trying to direct. You're not an ethics board. You don't work for the Ethics Commission, so you don't know. I asked him, if this was a decision that was made, and if so, when? And your answer was, well, it's on a case-to-case basis. That's not case law. It is basically fluid determination of who you're going to protect or not protect. And in my case, you've decided not to disclose someone who is not employed in the same public body, but my understanding was appointed. So I'm just trying to figure out where this came from. Is it the ethics panel? Is it the ethics board? Is it, as Chairwoman Hill said, a decision that was made and followed in all regards, not on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, so when a person files a complaint with the Ethics Commission, our form has a section that says, I'm requesting confidentiality protections. That person then has to provide information that indicates they qualify for those confidentiality protections. Our process is when the complaint comes in, our staff completes a recommendation. That recommendation is sent to the commission. The 8 commissioners make determinations. So if there is a request for confidentiality, at that point they make the determination if those confidentiality protections apply. Then their next decision...
I think you just answered. So that the 8 commissioners make that decision on a case-to-case basis?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
So from the time the complaint comes in to the time of the panel determination, the ethics complaint is confidential. If we receive a complaint and the commission rejects jurisdiction, that complaint information will never become public unless the person who filed it makes it public. One of the interesting things is that even if it's a complaint filed against you, you wouldn't know if a complaint was filed if we dismiss it at that jurisdictional phase, because we don't provide you notice unless we're taking jurisdiction and doing an investigation. If you do have a case where we are investigating, you get a notice of that complaint and an opportunity to respond prior to that panel determination. Just like all legal matters, once a case is referred, there can be stipulated agreements, those types of things to resolve the case without a full-blown adjudicatory hearing. It's rare that we have 5 commissioners, sit for hours to hear a full adjudicatory hearing. And just like there are requirements in you can't have more than 5 commissioners from the same political party, when we create the panels, you have to have diversity of political party in the panel. Advisory opinions, I talked a little bit about the front. So the process for here is the person would request, they request the opinion. Our commission counsel, who is another appointed official, confirms the facts to make sure we get all the facts right. Then the commission makes its decision and the opinion is issued. The opinion is confidential. In certain cases, we might say, this opinion has really good, important information for other public officers and employees to know. And so we'll publish what we call an abstract opinion, where we scrub it and make it impossible to determine which agency or person requested it. But then it is published in our opinions database for folks to follow. In some cases, folks want to waive their confidentiality of an advisory opinion. Like you can imagine, let's say that you were in a meeting and you had maybe a public comment time and time again accusing you of violating the ethics law. So you go get an advisory opinion and you would want to waive that. So you could bring it to a meeting and say, no, I got an advisory opinion. I'm completely compliant with the ethics law. Like your public comment is unjustified. Again, one of the challenges in the advisory opinion process is because, again, it goes all to all the commissioners, they vote, we have to make sure we have all the items. If you have an issue in an agenda tomorrow, the advisory opinion process is not for you, right? That's where we suggest you talk to your legal counsel, because if you get an opinion from your legal counsel and your legal counsel gives you, and it has to be your official agency counsel, that agency counsel provides you ethics advice and you follow that advice, then there's restrictions on what the commission can do in response to a potential violation. So if you have a complaint case and it gets all the way to the end, the decisions the commission needs to make at that final adjudicatory hearing are, was there a violation or not? Was that violation willful or non-willful? Which there are specific factors in our statute that talk about what can be considered for willful or non-willful. And then what the appropriate response should be. So under the ethics law, if we do an investigation, sometimes even if we get a complaint, we determine we don't have jurisdiction, we may issue a letter of caution or instruction. These are essentially warning letters. There's no finding that there's a violation. How I like to explain it is like a letter of instruction is we take a look at what we have and we go, you didn't violate the ethics law. Maybe you got close, but you didn't, but maybe you just need some more information about the ethics law. A letter of caution can be used if that person, based on the information that we have, may have crossed that ethics line, but not in a substantial enough way for us to think that there needs to be a violation in that matter, right? And so that also is an educational tool. Sort of like if you're speeding down the highway and you get pulled over and the officer says, hey, this is like a warning, be careful here. If they see you the next time speeding, there might be a different response. If there's a non-willful violation, we can do things like require ethics training, we can mandate public apologies, issue admonishments, which is like formal governmental finger wagging. If you made money based on your unethical behavior, we can require you to pay that back and double that. So we had, I don't know if it's like longer now in history, but there was the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority Southwest gift card scandal where they were getting gift cards to Southwest Airlines through their public position and using them for their family. Those are some of our highest fines ever because they received like $30,000, $35,000 in personal benefit from that conduct. We had the ability to fine them twice that amount, but through the settled negotiation, we just left it at that amount. But those are some of the highest ones we have. And we can put some conditions on future behavior. If it is a willful violation, there can be just flat civil penalties of $5,000, $10,000, and $25,000, depending on how many violations there have been. And then in certain circumstances, we're required to petition for the removal of a public officer. So if a public officer has 3 or more willful violations, we're required to file a case in the local district court to have that public officer removed. If they are a constitutional officer, like the lieutenant governor or treasurer, those types of positions, then we refer that case to the legislature for potential impeachment and removal from office. So if you recall, it's long ago now, but the Kathy Augustine impeachment issue and using her public office for campaigning, that started as an ethics commission case that was referred to the legislature for impeachment. So these are really the responses that the commission has. There's kind of a catch-all that says any combination of actions which can help deter future violations. Let's see.
Ross?
Yes.
Sorry, Doug Ritchie for the record. I think you're going to talk about if you get advice from counsel that will protect you from a finding of a willful violation. I think that was the transition you were going to make.
Yeah, thank you. So again, one of the reasons we encourage you to reach out to your counsel is if you get legal advice from your agency counsel and you follow that advice and your attorney happens to be wrong, then the Ethics Commission is prohibited by law from finding that you willfully violated the ethics law because you did the best you could, right? You sought legal advice, you followed that legal advice. Sometimes attorneys are wrong when they give you that advice, and we're not going to punish you for your attorney getting it wrong, is the idea behind that. So some tips and best practices to ensure compliance with the ethics law. Again, that magical list of relationships is where people trip up because they're not thinking about it as they're going about their government work. So, maybe when you change the batteries in your smoke alarm, you take a look at your list of commitments in a private capacity and make sure you have an idea of who might be on that list. Familiarize yourself with your local agency policies, so especially around that limited use exception, where if there's a policy in place you want to know, like can I take the public works truck to lunch, or do I have to take go somewhere else and walk to lunch? You want to know what those policies are. Again, you want to be proactive in identifying potential conflicts of interest. For the county commission, that would be taking a look at those agendas ahead of time. Right, so I am regularly in meetings regularly in trainings. I say, make sure you talk to your agency attorney. And then when I talk to agency attorneys, they go, they did, but it was like 10 minutes before the vote, and I don't have enough time to research all that. So as soon as you get that agenda, if you take a look, not just for what you're going to be doing as a public officer and which way you may want to go on a particular issue, but with an eye towards any conflicts of interest, you'll be able to avoid an ethics issue a mile away. When it comes to disclosure, we always say it's better to disclose than not to disclose, but just make sure that disclosure is sufficient in detail so that the public knows. And then again, as we've been hammered home, consult with your legal counsel, and they can search prior opinions. All of our published opinions are available on our website. We're almost close to having it easier to hunt down. But they can, search prior opinions and say, okay, this opinion matches your facts, or this opinion is similar to your facts, but there's this one fact in your situation that's different, so let's go get an advisory opinion. So that's, again, something that you can work with your legal counsel on. And then the last one is if you have something, especially like for Commissioner Tolbert, like new commissioners, new folks as you get on, if you know that there's going to be a recurring potential conflict of interest, right? You get a new job and okay, I have a sister who is in this field that I'm going to have to work with all the time. Request that advisory opinion because we'll kind of give you that pathway to compliance in a real detailed, specific way to your situation. Some folks have barriers to asking for help, so we're saying don't feel like you can't ask for help. Again, we're required to protect confidential information. Asking your agency attorney protects you first. One of the policies that we have is if you ask us because you can ask for an advisory opinion about something that has occurred in the past. If you ask us for an advisory opinion on something that has happened in the past, and the determination of the advisory opinion is you violated the ethics law, right? We have the ability under the ethics law to file our own complaint. We will not do that if you ask for an advisory opinion. If somebody else files an ethics complaint, we'll go through that course of action, and there may still be consequences for that. But don't feel like, oh, I've screwed up. Can I go see if the Ethics Commission agrees I screwed up, and that's going to get you in trouble with us because we're not going to take your advisory opinion and turn it into a complaint. And remember, too, when you go through the advisory opinion process, if that gets published either as an abstract or you waive confidentiality, you're helping your fellow public officers and employees better understand the ethics law. Some final ethics resources. We have a newsletter now that you can subscribe to on our website, which is ethics.nv.gov. We have that self-paced online training, which is super helpful. We also just recently updated our ethics manual. So on our website resources page, I think it was last updated in 2003, so it still had like 1990s clip art and stuff. So we've modernized that ethics manual and created it into different chapters, and we have now a process to review the manual on a regular basis. And again, you can always take a look at our prior opinions. On our website, we have an opinions page. The database is at the top, and then down below we have selected about 12 or 15 opinions on different topics we think are really good, helpful opinions. And then, as always, as long as you're a public officer or employee asking about your own conduct, you can always request an advisory opinion. And then a shameless plug to follow us on social media. We have both an account on X, which used to be Twitter, and LinkedIn. We regularly post educational updates, resource links, those types of things, and then our contact information is also available. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to take those at this time. Otherwise, I'll hand it back over to you to complete the rest of your meeting.
Because we have a lot of people here and we want to power through, can I ask you to follow up outside of this meeting with your question? Pardon? Yeah, you can call, and
I'll hang out in the hall.
Okay,
for a little bit,
perfect.
and people can come ask me questions.
And I that leads me into one thing I wanted to say, not so much as a commissioner, but in my work with my other hat on, I have had multiple occasions over the years to call the Ethics Commission, and I just want to say that the folks I've worked with have always been helpful. It's very user-friendly and non-judgmental and really helpful. So I guess I would encourage everyone, if there are any questions, to reach out.
Yeah, we're always happy to take questions. We can't provide legal advice outside the official advisory opinion, but we always try to provide as much education as we can. And that really reflects the Commission's focus towards that education and outreach part of our responsibilities under the law.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very helpful. All right, giving us a roadmap, I would suggest that we take a 5-minute break and then we power through. Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie is going to present on open meeting law, and that should last no more than an hour, maybe a little less. So I would think that let's reconvene at 10 till, and then we'll probably conclude the morning with the next agenda item and be done with that about 12:45. Does that sound okay? Okay. Good.
in the absence of a quorum, i.e. a majority, is powerless to set policies, direct staff, or to otherwise deliberate or act. There must be a quorum to take action and to violate or potentially violate the open meeting law. So what is a meeting? A meeting is also considered a series of gatherings of members of the public body at which less than a quorum is present at an individual gathering, and the members of the public body attending one or more of the gatherings collectively constitute a quorum, and the series of gatherings were held with a specific intent to avoid the open meeting law. In plain English, the legislature wasn't stupid. If there's a quorum of 5 and one member has coffee with one member, and then they go to the next guy and have a sandwich and start talking, and they discuss what was said, you could have what's called a walking quorum, which you never met together as a quorum, but individually you all met, you all discussed what's going to happen, and then at the next board meeting there's a motion and an action, and the public's wondering what happened. How did that decision occur? Because everything was done behind the scenes.
Mr. Ritchie, that includes electronic processes as well. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct. There's a slide later on. With modern technology, and particularly with social media, it's very easy for a quorum of an elected body to meet and to deliberate and to take action. If you're, I'm not really hip on all the social media stuff, but I guess if you're on Facebook or I guess Nextdoor, my wife's on Nextdoor here, and you're just talking about, hey, I've got a used chainsaw for sale, or there's a dog running loose, or how about that new public works project the county's doing? It's very easy if there's a quorum of you on that social media app to start deliberating and to possibly take action. And I'll get more into that in a second. Again, taking action under the OML is a decision made by a majority of the members of the elected body, with or without a vote. It's possible to reach a decision without a formal vote. Or it's a commitment or promise made by a majority of the members, and then, of course, a vote. That's action. Well, what does it mean to deliberate? I understand what a vote is, and I understand what making a decision is, but what does it mean to deliberate? Deliberate means collectively to examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for or against the action. The term includes, without limitation, the collective discussion or exchange of facts preliminary to the ultimate decision. In my opinion, that's the part the public really wants to know about. Sure, they want to know if you voted to fix some potholes, but most of the people really want to know, why did you vote that way? How did you end up with making that decision? Because unfortunately, a lot of the decisions you make are going to make some people happy and some people upset. And so at the end of the day, most people really want to know, how did you come to that conclusion? How did you end up collectively voting the way you did? So here's a little scenario. What if, in a 5-member board, what if a board member, Sam, meets with board member Eric to discuss an upcoming contract for paper supplies and tells him the contract is horrible? Has there been an open meeting law violation? No. It takes collective action by a quorum. Here on a 5-member board, you have 2 members discussing. And that's one of the things that is sometimes frustrating. You think, oh, the open meeting law, I can't do anything. No, you can. You can meet and you can talk, but you need to be careful. Again, just 2 members on a 5-member board don't have the power to take action, to deliberate, to take action, and therefore cannot violate the open meeting law. The problem, though, is that what if Sam then meets with another board member, Patrick, tells him what he and Eric discussed, and confirms the 3 of them will deny the upcoming, I forgot to change that, it's paper supplies contract. Yeah, you've got a violation now. You've got 3 members on a 5-member board who have discussed something and have decided how they're going to vote. Yes, this is what's called a walking quorum. deliberations, and unofficial vote has been taken. Chairwoman.
I don't believe in brinksmanship, like getting close to a violation. I want to preface that, but here's my question.
Sure.
What if the last part of that scenario wasn't there? If they don't confirm that they will deny, they don't talk about how they're going to vote, but Sam still calls Patrick and tells him what they discussed.
So in that case, I'm glad you prefaced this with, I don't like to get on the edge. And as your legal counsel, I'm very conservative, and I don't advise you to get on the edge either. But it could be considered deliberation, because two of you have talked about whether the merits of this action, and then you've incorporated a third member who you've deliberated. You've talked about this item, you've talked at the pros and cons, and you didn't vote, and you didn't say how you're going to vote, but you've really gotten close to deliberation. I remember when I was a kid, we went to Bryce Canyon, and there aren't guardrails everywhere. And my mom said, stay away from the edge. And of course, being a young boy, of course wanted to get as close as I could to the edge. The thing is, you don't know how slippery the rocks are. My dad said, come here, and so I came back. But it's like that in public service, you know. You want to get feedback from your fellow board members. You want to do the right thing. You want to get as much information as you can. But the more you get out on that ledge, you never know if it's going to slip underneath you. And again, if to answer your question more directly, if two of the board members feel this is important and share it with a third member, the public probably wants to know that too. So why not just share that at a public meeting? That way everybody can hear what the three of you at least think is important. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
There's a recent change in Nevada's open meeting law that talked about what constitutes a meeting. The definition of a meeting does not include any gathering or series of gatherings of members of a public body if the members do not either deliberate or take action over a matter which the board has, again, supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. Unless the facts show that a quorum of the board has deliberated and taken action, attendance at seminars, conferences, and workshops do not fall under the definition of a meeting found in NRS 241.0153, even if the presentations touch on subjects within the scope of the board's jurisdiction. Probably the best example is a water conference. A majority of the board goes to a water conference, they sit at the same table, they receive information over which they clearly have jurisdiction control. It may even talk about, rate setting, things over which they have jurisdiction and control, and which may in the future come before the board. Because you're receiving information and the meeting is not intended to deliberate and take action, the Attorney General has found that that's not a violation. However, if the three of you say, that's a great idea, why don't we put on the next agenda this, and we'll set the new rates at this, and here's why. Look, do that in front of the public. Let the public know why you want to do something. During public comment, there was a discussion and some concern about how the rates were set for Gardnerville. Well, at least it was in a public forum so the members of the public could hear what those rates were and how they were set. Social gatherings is another example. Social gatherings where a quorum of the board may be present are exempted from the open meeting law. It used to be an explicit exemption. Now it's been taken out in favor of this more general rule. Again, however, do not attempt to circumvent the law by deliberating over issues over which the board has jurisdiction and control, using the social gathering or conference as a pretext for a meeting. That's the example I just gave. You're at a conference and you decide to start doing stuff. Here's another scenario. Four members of the Clark County Board of Commissioners, 4 of the 7 belong to a nonprofit known as Housing Opportunities for the Public, HOPE. that encourages developers to include affordable housing in any new developments within Clark County. HOPE members meet informally each week at a local bakery and communicate regularly with each other through Nextdoor, a social media platform. All 4 commissioners have publicly stated at HOPE meetings that they support HOPE's policies and will support any development that includes at least 40% affordable housing. HOPE members are excited about a new multi-use development that has more than 60% affordable housing. An upcoming agenda item involves an application by this developer, and the 4 commissioners have told the members of HOPE and each other through Nextdoor that they will definitely vote for the project. Are there any problems with this social communication? Yeah, unless you're part of the group, unless you're part of Nextdoor, unless you're in the in crowd, you will never know that the fix is in on this particular development. So what if a town manager meets with 2 groups of 2 board members separately and privately to brief them on upcoming agenda items? Is this a violation of the open meeting law? Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Commissioner Tarkanian is right. It better not be, because Douglas County does this. County manager will meet frequently with individual members of the commission to talk about upcoming agenda items and answer any questions. So, no, the Nevada Supreme Court has held that briefings of less than a quorum of the public body by staff do not violate the open meeting law as long as there are no deliberation by those being briefed and the members are not polled as to how they will vote. That's Dewey versus City of Reno Redevelopment Agency. Members of a public body may individually discuss matters with staff because the open meeting law only prohibits collective deliberations or actions where a quorum is present. Again, it'd be tough to run any kind of organization effectively if the board, the county commissioners, the town council could not meet with the town manager, the county manager to talk about what's happening. So what if one member of the board repeats her private conversations with staff during these private meetings with all the other board members to convince them to vote a certain way? So we have a protected meeting with staff, but then one commissioner goes to all the other commissioners and says, hey, during my staff briefing, I was told about this new contract. Isn't it a great thing? Staff told me we can meet all the findings. Let's do this. Do you think there's a problem? Yeah, that would be a violation. Again, this is an example of a serial communication, a walking quorum. This is prohibited as it is considered collective deliberation by the board members towards a decision. Again, it's important to remember you don't have to necessarily vote or come to a conclusion. The mere act of deliberating, the pros and cons for potential future action, fall within the open meeting law. Again, I encourage you to think, if this is important to me, it'll probably be important to the public. So let's have that discussion. Let's share that information in a public forum where the public can hear and participate in those discussions. This used to be more of a problem, although I think most people have kind of cleaned up their email etiquette. What if Patrick sends a mass email to the other board members asking them to vote in favor of an upcoming appeal and explains why he is voting in favor of dismissing the fine? Is this a possible violation of the open meeting law? Yeah, yes, it would be. This could be a serial communication that involves a quorum once 1 or 2 other members respond. All of the members of the board know how Patrick will vote, why they should vote in favor of approving the appeal, or at least according to Patrick. Please do not send mass emails or reply to all in your email communications. Do not inadvertently create an open meeting law violation. And again, all of you that are serving, I believe you do it with the best of intentions. You want to serve the people. You want to be transparent. You want to do the right thing. Kind of like Director Armstrong said, a lot of these violations occur through a lack of understanding about the rules or just not thinking through what you're doing carefully. Innocent mistakes.
So let's.
to Vice Chair's
if you-
point,
If you don't
yes.
mind, Mr. Ritchie, so quite often, as we get communications, especially emails from the public, very, very often, almost on a daily basis, all 5 commissioners are copied on that.
Yes.
Okay? And the public doesn't necessarily have the understanding that it would be an open meeting law violation, in my understanding, if we press that little key that says reply all, right? That's deliberating. And, and so I know sometimes members of the public are frustrated because they can't see what our comments are to the other commissioners. So I'm very, very careful of that. Every once in a while, you make that mistake and you press that button, reply all, and when you didn't want to. But members of the public, I hope would understand our constraints within this law and our ability to respond to them via an email. So, and that's how I usually start out my response to that member of the public, a constituent, is thank you for your email. However, I cannot reply to all. Okay, so this is, you know, a conversation that we're having individually. And please do not reply all then backwards either. Okay, so.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's an excellent point. I've been around the block long enough that we've had that situation come up. A member of the public sent an email to all the commissioners, did some follow-up communications. In one case, one commissioner inadvertently replied to all. And what the Attorney General's position was is you cannot have a member of the public basically force a violation on the board. In other words, that was an unsolicited email to all the commissioners. That's not going to create an open meeting law violation. Similarly, one commissioner inadvertently replying to all, the AG felt in that particular instance, it wasn't an open meeting law violation. I argued that, look, deliberation requires at least 2. One commissioner replying to all doesn't constitute deliberation because nobody else participated. However, I'm glad I won on that argument. I wouldn't count on using it again. So please don't reply all. Don't be trapped inadvertently by doing something like that. Again, you can't have a violation of the open meeting law without a quorum collectively doing something. One person doing it on their own is not going to impute liability on the entire board. Chair.
Asking for a friend. What happens if you accidentally, because you're sending many, many emails and you're just like hurrying and you accidentally hit reply all? What's the best action to take?
Yeah.
Maybe immediately send out, oh, disregard, did not mean to reply all.
Yeah, for me as legal counsel, I would love to have that email say, oop, I didn't mean to send that out, please disregard. It's kind of one of those things, the barn, closing the barn door after the cow's out, but at least I could show when we realized the error, we tried to correct it. Obviously the information's out there. I'll talk about this later. If there is a violation, for instance, we take a recess, the commissioners go out, take a break, and then inadvertently there's 3 of them that gather together of a 5-member board, and they start talking about something on the agenda. That's technically a violation of the open meeting law. However, when we've done this before, I've advised, we come back in immediately as soon as the meeting's back in session, the chair or I can disclose during the break there was a meeting of a majority, a quorum of the members. This is what was said, just so everybody knows what happened. That way, what happened privately in the hallway is now public and shared with everybody. Again, the open meeting law is intended to facilitate the public's participation, and as long as you give them an opportunity to know what's going on and to participate. That's what the open meeting law is intended to do.
Can I ask another question real quick?
Oh, you bet.
I guess just for etiquette on our part, we run into each other all the time at different events and stuff like that. So there's a hot button topic, happen to mention, hey, it's coming up. The next event, run into different commissioner, hot button topic. What is the etiquette to that? Say, I can't talk to you about that because I already talked to the other commissioner? Or is that considered deliberation when neither one of us are necessarily trying to deliberate? So what's, I guess amongst ourselves, what's the proper etiquette amongst us to keep from having deliberation?
Commissioner Tolbert, that's an excellent question. You're asking the wrong guy, though, because I'm the attorney that defends you, and I'm very conservative. My opinion is once you've talked to one person, you're out. You're contagious. Don't discuss. But technically, as long as you don't share what the other you and the other commissioner talked about, which is deliberation, and certainly don't talk about, I spoke with Wes and the both of us are going to vote for this. That's definitely a violation. But even just discussing it, deliberating, technically, as long as you don't tell them what the other person said, it's not a violation. But again, why get on the edge? And as legal counsel, I always advise, don't pass the flu,
So it would be better to say, I can't really talk to him because I already
talked to somebody.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
If I may, sir, I think you'll find that at our luncheons and our other meetings, we spend an inordinate amount of time talking about the weather and the Dodgers.
Yeah. And kids are another big topic.
As long as we're going down this road, often we are at a number of functions together, dining or whatever, and I try to, it's a personal thing, but I recommend that other bodies, especially within our county, respect that also, is that no more than two commissioners should sit at a dining table together, okay? Just because of the pure optics of it.
Or it could just be they don't want to.
Well, yes, that works too, yeah. So, yeah, but I have seen that where more 5-member boards, more than 3 members or more than 2 members sit down together, and just the optics of it is not good in my opinion, but that's a personal thing.
I think you're exactly right, though. When you call someone, to immediately say, have you spoken with anyone else about this issue, is good etiquette. Or to bring it up. If another commissioner brings up a topic with you, it's perfectly good. And I think we'd all welcome the question, before we talk about that, have you spoken with anyone, other commissioner about that?
Yeah. Well, and that's not to say you shouldn't have social gatherings or you break bread. I think it's tough to be angry with somebody you just had lunch with and talked about your kids. But for instance, on our agenda, it will say the board may meet and have lunch, and the public's welcome. In the past, members of the public have come and had lunch, and they quickly stop coming because they realize it is boring because you're talking about the weather and kids. So regarding electronic communications, this has been an ongoing problem. The Attorney General has become concerned about the use of electronic devices during public meetings. We already talked about social media outside of meetings, but in meetings. Because all deliberations must occur in a public forum, privately texting or emailing messages to other board members during a meeting or sharing information via social media outside of the public's view will likely be considered a violation of the law. Similarly, if the public see you texting or doing something, they're just naturally wondering, are you disengaged? Are you bored? Are you getting instructions from your handler? Are you talking to somebody else? So try to refrain from doing that. There is nothing in the open meeting law that prohibits a board member from meeting with members of the public to receive feedback and information about an upcoming agenda item. Again, you represent the people, you should meet the people. If there's an applicant has an application before you, a developer or some other person, feel free to meet with them and talk to them. However, don't share that with all your other commissioners. And you should consult with staff to inform them of what you've learned prior to the board meeting so that the information can be presented to all the board members and to the public. Again, if you learn something interesting or you think that's valuable from a private citizen, for heaven's sake, share it with staff, and then they'll make sure it's shared with everybody, with your fellow commissioners, fellow board members, and with the members of the public. The Nevada Supreme Court has stated, we have acknowledged that the open meeting law is not intended to prohibit every private discussion of a public issue. Instead, the open meeting law only prohibits collective deliberations or actions where a quorum is present. I'll spare you my Three Dog Night. One is Loneliest Number song. That's it. So any questions regarding discussions among board members or with the public? Okay. Well, I want to keep everybody from lunch, but I think you ought to know how to cure an OML violation. If you become aware during a meeting that an open meeting law violation has occurred or might have occurred, you should take steps to cure it, which you can do. If there's improper notice of meeting, convene to reschedule the meeting and adjourn. Discussions of significance that occurred before the discovery should be repeated at the next meeting. This has occurred, unfortunately, in our county. We found out that an agenda wasn't posted on the state of Nevada website, which is required. So the meeting was very short. There was public comment, noticed that it wasn't properly noticed, and adjourned. Discussions of items not on the agenda, immediately stop the discussion and schedule it for a future meeting. Things come up, I get it, but if it wasn't on the agenda, just don't talk about it. Schedule it for another meeting. That way, if the public knows that you're going to talk about something, that way if they have an interest in it, they know to show up. And again, taking action on discussion-only items. If you have something listed as for presentation and then there's some sort of vote or action taken, the action is void, reschedule. And again, if you find yourself talking about an item with a quorum during the break of a meeting, reconvene and disclose on the record what was discussed. Again, the open meeting law is intended to share with the public why a public body is doing what they're doing. Give them the same information that you have. Collective penalties. Any action taken by a public body in violation of open meeting law is void. So even if you take a vote, if it's in violation of open meeting law, it's as if it never happened. It's void, not voidable. Any suit to declare an action void must be brought within 60 days of the alleged violation, unless told for an additional 30 days under certain circumstances, which I won't get into. Individual penalties. This is the one I'd be concerned with. Each member of the public body that attends a meeting in violation of the open meeting law with knowledge of the violation is guilty of a misdemeanor and is subject to a civil penalty of $500 for the first offense, $1,000 for the second offense, and $2,500 for every offense thereafter. That's an individual penalty. There is a protection for you, though. All penalties that have an impact on individual board members and not on the board collectively require a showing of a willful violation. And guess how you can prevent a willful violation? Talk to your insurance policy. No criminal penalty or administrative fine may be imposed upon an individual member of a public body pursuant to this section if a member of a public body violates a provision of this chapter as a result of legal advice provided by an attorney employed or retained by the public body. Not your private attorney, not some outside attorney, but the public body's attorney. That will protect you from a finding of a willful violation. That doesn't mean that the act isn't void, that you don't have to have a redo, but at least you won't be criminally, you haven't criminally violated the open meeting law. I'd like to talk about one specific exemption from the open meeting law. It's the attorney-client meeting exemption. Under NRS 241.015.4C, it specifically excludes attorney-client meetings with the board's attorney related to either potential or existing litigation from the requirements of the open meeting law. That is why these attorney-client meetings are sometimes called non-meetings by the Attorney General's office. They are excluded from the definition of a meeting under the open meeting law. That's why it's possible to have a meeting that's a non-meeting under the open meeting law. Of course you're meeting, but it's exempt from the definition of a meeting.
So, in that regard, Mr. Ritchie, meetings of the entire body, though, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it shouldn't be just a meeting of a single commissioner, and that involves litigation or potential. Is it?
That's correct. And the reason for that is because, again, the open meeting law talks about collective action by a quorum. If you got one person, you can't have a quorum, the open meeting law doesn't apply. But you do raise a good point. It is important to note that the attorney-client exemption is for non-meetings is held collectively by the board. No one member should discuss the confidential information provided collectively to the board or otherwise attempt to waive the attorney-client privilege. This is not as if one of you is seeking legal advice on behalf of yourself. This is a collective, non-meeting exemption to the open meeting law. Disclosing confidential information provided to the board collectively could be construed as an abuse of one's office and a violation of NRS 281A.402 as well as 5. So any questions regarding this part? The rest of the presentation deals with technical details like posting by 9 a.m. 3 business days before the meeting, how posting occurs. I'm happy to go through that, or I'm happy to answer questions, whatever the board would like me to do.
Let's do a quick version of the details.
Quick version of the detail, okay. Except in emergency, written notice of all meetings must be given by 9 a.m. at least 3 days before the meeting. So for instance, a meeting on, the Board of County Commissioners typically meet on Thursday, which means the agenda must be published by 9 a.m. Monday. So 3 business days before the meeting. But we do it on Friday because there's all kinds of technical problems that crop up. Here's one that typically, well, boards can easily fall afoul of. The agenda topics must be clear and complete to alert the public to the specific matters that will be discussed by the board. So it must be for possible action and then some sort of description so that a person of reasonable intelligence could figure out what the board is about to discuss. That way they know, should I show up to hear what's going on and to share my thoughts with the board. The agenda should also state that the agenda items may be combined, taken out of order, or removed. That gives you the flexibility to do that. And you also must publish any restrictions on public comment, including when it will be allowed. That's why there's a long, attorney boilerplate in our agenda explaining what is allowed and what isn't allowed, how much time is allowed. It's 3 minutes in this board. A higher degree of specificity is needed if an agenda item is of significant interest to the public. Your ordinary contracts for toilet paper, people probably really don't care. You don't have to give too much detail. However, if it's whether we're going to increase taxes by 50%, You probably ought to be very detailed about that. And again, there's an inherent conflict between clear and complete. A complete agenda title would include everything in the background and supporting materials, but it would not be clear. Then it would be legalese. Somewhere in this 2-page agenda title is the information you really want to know, which is a contract for a new public works project. As a general rule, for instance, on a contract, you should include who you're contracting with, how much it is, if you know, and generally what the contract is about. Also a duration. Not always, but it's helpful to have a duration. Also, it's sometimes helpful to have the location. We're fixing potholes on this street as opposed to my street. But again, a lot of the background information can contain all that detailed information. The title must give enough information so that a person, again, of reasonable intelligence could figure out, oh, this is about a contract for potholes. I wonder if it's in my neighborhood. And then you can look into the supporting materials. I use this every year because I think it's hilarious. I'm being vague. An unnamed committee of unknown members will apparently be tasked with yet to be determined duties regarding the unspecified actions of the Sarasota Police Department for an indeterminate period of time under the guidance of an unknown law enforcement consultant. That's from the Islander Reporter in Lee County, Florida. Again, if I had one piece of advice when it comes to these technical rules, make the agenda topics clear and then stick to the agenda. The public may raise some very great points, but stick to the agenda. Please do not wander from the scope of the topic contained in the title of an agenda item. Minutes must be kept of every meeting and must reflect the date, time, and place of the meeting, the members who were present and absent, the substance of all matters proposed, discussed, or decided, the substance of any remarks made by the public, or a copy of his or her prepared written statement. So, members of the public body can request a statement be entered into the record. Public comment. Public comment must be given at least. The public must be given at least 2 opportunities to provide public comment, either at the beginning of the meeting before any items on which action may be taken are heard by the public body, and again before the adjournment of the meeting, or after each item on the agenda on which action may be taken is discussed by the public body, but before the public body takes action on the item. Our board does a belt and suspenders approach. We have opening public comment, closing public comment. And for most, but not all, but most actions for agenda items that are for public possible action, public comment is open. But this is what the law requires. Again, I'm conservative, I'm the attorney. I say give the public as much time as possible within reason. Because again, some people have argued, look, I have a First Amendment right to come here and speak, and you're going to sit here and listen to me. Well, no, because there's other members of the public too, and they may not want to listen to you talk about UN resolutions or the color of the courthouse. So in respect to other members of the public, the board can restrict individual members of the public to certain topics that are within the jurisdiction and control of this board. Does before taking any action include the public bodies approving the prior board minutes or the current agenda? Yes, it does. There was a violation where the board did a bunch of what they considered ministerial acts, administrative acts, before public comment was taken. And the AG found that's a violation. Before you get into business, you need to give the public a chance to provide public comment. As long as an item is for possible action and requires a vote, then the board is taking action. Can the board respond to something that's brought up under public comment? This comes up a lot. Yes, you can. The board members can ask clarifying questions to the individual, and you can ask that whatever was brought up be brought on a future agenda. However, you cannot discuss or deliberate amongst yourselves something that the public has brought up. It may be a great idea and you want to discuss it, you just can't do it at that meeting because nobody else outside of that meeting knew that you were going to be talking about it. And if they did, they might actually show up and have their own 2 cents to share. What if a citizen begins to make a complaint to the board about an ethical violation allegedly committed by a county commissioner or other public officer? Should the board allow them to continue speaking? Kind of a trick question. No, public comment should be limited to the items that are under the board's jurisdiction and control. An alleged ethics violation is not under the board's jurisdiction and control. They need to be referred to the Ethics Commission. Simply stated, if I say something horrible about Wes, even if it's true, the rest of the board can't vote you off. You're an elected official. Not that you would ever do that, but simply stated, don't complain about stuff that the board can't do something about. Short answer. For instance, the board can't change us to a 13-month or 15-month calendar. It's not within your jurisdiction and control, at least to my knowledge. Personal attacks. Under Nevada's open meeting law, any discussion regarding someone's character, competence, or alleged misconduct requires written advance notice to the individual. A public body may place limitations on caustic personal attacks made by members of the public during the public comment period. Again, this is a time for the public to share with their elected officials or appointed members things that they feel that they can do. Personal attacks are not helpful. They don't move forward policy. They don't enact anything helpful. The public body may not inform the public that it is legally prohibited from discussing public comments. Comments that are offensive, disruptive, or overly repetitive may be terminated. Comments that are critical of public policy decisions of the board must not be censored. So you can attack policy, but you can't personally attack people. Reasonable time limits and the enforcement of other reasonable rules and regulations to ensure the orderly conduct of the meeting are allowed. However, any rules must be clearly expressed on each agenda. And this is important. The chairperson has the discretion to allow more time or to take a recess without a vote. As part of the normal, ordinary course of business, you can stop. You can take a recess. You can allow more time or not allow more time. If a person willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent that it is impractical for the public body to continue its business, the person may be removed from the meeting and may be charged with a misdemeanor. You may have seen on YouTube some of these disruptive meetings where, heck no, I won't go, or whatever. They have some chant, and it just completely shuts down the meeting so nothing can be done. And other members of the public are also shut down from participating because of a small group of very concerned citizens. Again, the chairperson of the board may, without a vote of the public body, declare a recess to remove a person who is disrupting the meeting. After having worked with the AG for a number of years, the best practice when you have a disruptive meeting is to warn the person, ask them to please sit down, and if that fails, call a recess. And then you can privately tell the person, look, you're disrupting our meeting, you're preventing us from continuing, please stop. And then allow them to come back. If they continue, then take another recess, and then you can trespass them out. You cannot have a public meeting hijacked by one or more people. However, again, the open meeting law is designed to facilitate public engagement. So to the extent possible, allow people to speak. Just don't prevent them from hijacking the meeting so that everybody else can't participate. That's the quick and dirty rules. Any questions? I appreciate the opportunity to present to you. There is a lot of information, though. Open meeting law. If you have details, contact your legal counsel. There's also some great resources. I'll close with this. The goal in requiring that deliberations take place at meetings that are open to public is that committee members, town council, county commissioners make a conscientious effort to hear viewpoints on each issue so that the community can understand on what their premises are based, add to those premises when necessary, and intelligently evaluate and participate in the process of government. There's an open meeting law manual. It's the 12th edition. It's available. There's the link. You can go to the AG's website and just click on it. It's pretty thick, but it does have some good examples. And again, I appreciate everyone participating today and allowing me to present. Thanks.
I see a few people writing. I think if you didn't get that whole link, if you just go to the Nevada AG's website, it's very clear on that you can find open meeting law, and the open meeting law manual is very easy to see on that website. Yep. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Before we do, I'd like to say something. How many people here have been elected to office for the first time? I caution you, the Attorney General's office is very serious about filing their reports on time. Trust me, I know. It hurts. And secondly, welcome to public service. It gets into your blood.
Thank you for that. Okay, this meeting is adjourned until 2 o'clock.
times I just get invited and told I'm presenting.
Okay, it's 2:00 and we will reconvene our meeting with agenda item 5 for possible action. Discussion to 1, approve a $1,138,078 contract between Douglas County and Oracle America, Inc. over a 5-year term to include $395,892.33 for the software subscription and $734,946.45 for implementation and consulting to replace the current Acela permitting software and implement a new permitting software solution for Douglas County for a term of February 1, 2025 through June 30, 2030. 2, approve the notice of intent to terminate membership and discontinue the use of Acela, which will be sent to Washoe County and 1NV, providing the required one fiscal year notice that Douglas County is terminating membership in the program, effective June 30, 2026. And 3, authorize the county manager to execute any required documents. Tom Dallaire and Andrea Pauling, thank you for being here.
Thank you, and Happy New Year, and congratulations, Chairwoman Hales and Vice Chairman Gardner. It'll be fun. It's going to be a fun year. We have before you, it is, we're talking about Acela. It's my favorite subject since I've been here at the county. 5 years, we've been trying to make this program function. I think we've come a long way, but there's a long way to go, and it just hasn't met my vision needs for what I would like for this community. And so we've been looking into software, and I'll let Andrea take over as far as what we've prepared for you guys, but we have looked into a number of different software packages, and in the end, we had selected Oracle as the option, and we think this is the best solution for Douglas County moving forward. So we'll see what you guys think of it today, and we'll move forward from there. So I'll turn the time over to Andrea.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, congratulations to Commissioner Hales and Vice Chair Gardner. Andrea Pauling, for the record. We're going to give you a little background, just a little history. A lot of times we get asked, especially when there's that big of a price number on software, kind of what's the history? What have you done to research this? Have you looked at other software? Things like that. So we'll give you a brief rundown, and then we are going to open it up and introduce a couple members of the Oracle team. They did come to present today. We have 2 in person and 1 on Zoom that'll give you a brief overview as well and hopefully answer some of your questions. All right, without further ado, a little history. So since 2017, Douglas County has utilized Acela, and we've been part of the 1NV group for Northern Nevada, and that's for all of our permitting software needs. A lot of people ask, what's the 1NV group? We were part of Washoe, City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe Health District, and of course, Douglas County. We have dedicated over 7 years of working hard to get Acela to fit the needs of Douglas County and its customers. And when I say dedicated and working hard, we really have. We've been working with a third-party vendor, TruePoint, for a very long time. We've been working with internal staff to make the software work. I can tell you, and on this next point, I'm going to just open it up a little bit. We have done some customer surveys, and the biggest feedback that I've received on that is our technology was the most negative. It's not user-friendly. Customers have a hard time navigating through the program. Our staff are working harder to make it work. So when I say we've really vetted this and done the research, we really have. I've been with community development for almost 3 years now, and I know that Tom has been with community development for 5, and even before that, they had Acela for 2 years. And so I can tell you that it's been over 7 years we've really tried to vet this. So after numerous conversations and feedback from customers and staff, research on our programs, data collection from customer surveys, the decision was made to separate from the 1NV group and have our own permitting software of our own jurisdiction. We feel like it's going to be be more streamlined than what we currently have right now. To explain a little bit more about 1NV is we're really under their purview. And so there are things that us as Douglas County as a jurisdiction cannot change because it's the overall, Washoe County is the overall entity that oversees this. So it has hindered a lot of our processes. I'm just going to be very transparent. And it's been pretty difficult for us to make changes, run reports to get accurate numbers. And as you guys know, there's a lot of numbers we need to run on a monthly, sometimes weekly basis to get to the community and to our stakeholders.
Also, Washoe County has the right, or they're the entity that we have an MOU with, along with like an interlocal agreement that we signed in 2017. And so the notice of intent to or provide Washoe County notice of intent of us to leave that group is going to be based on a fiscal year. So it starts July 1 through the following June 30th. So we're giving them a lot more notice than that. But I did want, because you guys as the board, sitting board, this board or this body approved that original agreement in 2017. And so I thought it was important that you guys approved also the notice of intent, and that's why it's included in the packet today.
Thank you, Tom. Andrea Pauling again for the record. I just want to put out there, and I know we've already said it, but this decision to change software didn't come lightly. Again, we know it's a big number to ask for, but we do believe that at the end of the implementation, this is going to be the best fit and ultimately the most efficient process for Douglas County, for our staff, and for our customers.
Are you taking questions as we go?
We can, yes. We are going to have Oracle come up as well, so I didn't know if you, but yes, we can take questions if you need to.
I'm just curious as to what would be the advantage of coordinating with those other jurisdictions?
I think the thought process behind that was that we have a lot of contractors that work, are licensed in Reno, live in Reno, that work down here, and it was easy for them to figure out the ACA part, the online portal. If they're submitting a permit, it's the same permit process in Douglas County, Washoe County, Cedar Reno. I think over the years it is slightly different. Things have changed. The program's modified. Different information is required. So I think that it's kind of grown from that. And originally, Washoe County started in 2012 with Acela.
Additionally, Madam Chair, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. It was my recollection in 2017 when staff presented this concept to the County Commission at that time, there was a belief of the entities entering into this agreement that they could leverage the purchasing power of those entities to ensure a best price for those individual jurisdictions. That normally works and is usually a really good best practice. However, where it has created a potential issue for the county and for the individual jurisdictions is our county codes, our processes, our procedures are specific to each jurisdiction. So a one-size-fits-all model, which we have used for Acela, that was mostly, I don't want to say dictated or designed by Washoe County, we were having to do a lot of tweaks to get it to work here. And anytime you're tweaking a software to get it to work for your jurisdiction, it is going to have inherent issues. And I think when we get into the Oracle presentation today, what you're likely to hear is having complete authority over this software moving forward will allow us to customize it and to specifically meet the needs of our jurisdiction, our people using this software moving forward, specific to our county code and our processes, without having to pay a third-party vendor to do all of these other things to make it work here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that. So, Andrea Pauling, for the record, a big question we're always asked is, did you look at other software programs, or did you just go with the first one that came to you or the first one we saw? We did. The answer is yes. We definitely looked at several. We looked at OpenGov, obviously Oracle. Oracle was actually something our planners, a couple of our planners actually went to a conference, and Oracle was at that planning conference, and they actually met with the Oracle group, talked with them, learned a lot about it, and that's how it was brought back to us. But of course, that wasn't our ultimate decision at that point. We looked at others. So we looked at Tyler Technologies as well, which is part of the NWS New World Systems. We looked at GSR, iWork, and then we also really considered going out on our own with Acela and just separating from the 1NV group completely so we can have it as for our own jurisdiction and have onus of it. Ultimately, we had many, many phone calls, many meetings. There were a lot of demonstrations. This went on for months. I can tell you my first 2 years there was really just focusing on Acela and trying to make it really work for our team. And I'd say probably over the last 6 months, Tom and I have been on many calls with these other softwares. And ultimately, at the end, we chose Oracle as the best option for our permitting software. We believe it fits our jurisdiction. We are able to have some internal, like train the trainers, like our own staff that can program this. We can go and get training with Oracle, go on site. They can come on site for us. And so all around, we were able to realize that Oracle really gave us everything that we really needed as a jurisdiction.
Tom Delaire for the record. We have the revenue summary slide up here. Is just we did increase the planning and engineering application fees in 2024 by 14%. Also, the building valuations increased through the Appendix B and the process we go through. And it is paying off pretty well for the building department, although the applications for engineering and also planning are fairly low. This year, we are still running in the red on the revenue side for the planning and engineering, at least based on what we've approved for the 2024 revenue projections. The building department is still supporting those two departments, and we're still ahead of the game by about 4% based on the calculations that I've seen in the reports from New World Systems. We also discussed it the last time we increased these fees with the board. We also discussed looking at going through this process every year to see if we need to increase our fees for July. So we're going to be doing that again. It depends on what happens here today for the actual amounts that we're going to be looking at. But we are planning on incorporating these costs into our operating budget. And then also, this slide is a summary that Kathy Lewis really helped us with. There's a couple of things that are going to happen. We have a DigiPlan software today, which is the way we review the plans and documents, and that is pretty much a wash with our Bluebeam. So we just put Bluebeam in this table just to simplify things. It's just we do still need that extra software, but that's going to be the only one when we look at Oracle. You can see there the new software for Oracle, the second row down. Oracle and Bluebeam is what we need. So it's $100,000 annually for a subscription cost. Acela main permitting software is going this year, it's increased to $159,000. So we are having a savings of $59,000 for that. Plus we have CitizenServe, which is our code enforcement software that we also include. We could incorporate that into Acela if you guys don't agree with moving forward with Oracle, and we can still get rid of that line item. But for right now, we are still using CitizenServe. The CityGov inspection app is an aftermarket app that the inspectors do utilize and the contractors utilize quite heavily to schedule their inspections, and also it allows our inspector to communicate with whoever has reported the inspection need, so that we are able to timely converse with them as we show up to the site. And then, of course, Bluebeam is our plan review piece, and then TruePoint is an aftermarket or a third-party vendor who actually does all the programming for Acela on our behalf. And so we do have to have that contract with Acela, because Acela is a program that isn't customizable in-house. We have to actually have programming to customize it. And then the operating savings, just doing a quick calculation on that, is annual savings of $159,000. If you take the 250 minus the 100,000 there, that gives you 150,000 in savings on the software side. And then there's the implementation costs of 734,000, which is what it's going to cost us to do the implementing of this software and with Oracle. And so after 5 years, there will be a net cost to the county of $150,000 with the increase of Acela, which before we found out the increase in Acela, it was going to be a wash pretty much for 5 years. But it looks like in the 6th year, we'll start saving some money at that time. And so going into the 7th year, we'll start saving some money at that time. So we just wanted to make sure that that was clear to you guys on how this analysis was broken down.
Madam Chair, if I may jump in at this point, I do just want to put it on the commission's radar. If the board did agree, oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. The board did agree that this was appropriate for us to proceed. There is an opportunity for us to examine and identify one-time funding to contribute towards this project in future conversations with the County Commission. One-time funding opportunities will present themselves in the context of the greater than anticipated ending fund balance conversation that we will be having once the final audit is brought forward to the County Commission. If there are any funds available at that time, it would be the discretion of the board as to how to best allocate those funds. But do expect that if this were approved, that a topic for conversation at that time would be to potentially direct a portion of one-time fundings in that direction. And we'll have a conversation about how that potentially creates an opportunity for the county.
And that's on January 16th, right next in 2 weeks. So we'll have that conversation soon. And now we can introduce Oracle. Yeah, so we have Greg here and Ian is here behind me. And we'd like to introduce them. And then Joe is online on Zoom. And so so these guys, we've been dealing with them for a few months now, several months actually, and working with them has been a great team to deal with, and we're happy to have them present the Oracle software to you guys today.
Okay. Is this thing on? Okay. Good afternoon, Douglas County Commission. Thank you for having us. Pleasure to be here. My name is Ian Darbo. I'm the Senior Practice Director of Oracle Consulting for public sector projects, so that includes permitting and licensing. With me today, I have Greg Dameron, who's our sales rep from Oracle, and we'll go into a few more introductions. On that last slide, I just wanted to show that our consulting team takes customer satisfaction very seriously. So our goal with the implementation work here, to speak to the county manager's point earlier, is to ensure that we're deploying software that not only meets your regulations, but is easy to use for your staff and your constituents, so your customers out in the field and your contractors, right? So it'll be designed based on your regulations and your codes. That'll be how we roll it out. It won't be part of, you won't be forced into doing things in any certain way. You'll get to dictate to us how you want to do it based on the options that we present to you. So a little bit more about our team. I introduced myself, Greg, here. We have Joe Rasecki, who's going to do a short demonstration of the citizen portal, I believe, towards the end of this quick presentation. Joe's a solutions engineer. Then we have another sales executive, Adam Sexton, that's been helping us on this engagement, working with Andrea and Tom here. Just a little bit about me and Oracle Consulting. I joined Oracle in 2018. I've been implementing permitting and licensing, code enforcement, asset management systems since the year 2000. I got started with a company called Hanson out of Sacramento that you guys might have heard of. They got bought by Infor. I'm out of Sandpoint, Idaho. I'm an ex-Californian, lived in Idaho for 4 years. I built the team of resources that you would be working with from the consulting side. Keep in mind, they're all Oracle staff. So the software is Oracle, built from the ground up on our cloud platform. We researched going out to market and purchasing some of those other companies that Andrea was mentioning earlier and like integrating that into our platform, and decided that no vendor in the market is doing cloud first. Like no software was built on the cloud for the cloud. And since we already have the cloud infrastructure, we took that approach rather than integrating it and pushing it out into the cloud. Two things about our team. I said we take customer satisfaction seriously. We do quarterly customer satisfaction surveys, and our results are 90%. That's for my team. And that's all of our customers that we work with. They get a survey, they rank us, they respond, we aggregate the results, and it actually affects the reviews and all of that stuff for the consulting team. So it's very important to us. Another thing about Oracle staff is they're 100% certified on Oracle products. All internal certification, those are required to be re-upped annually. So you're getting experts in the software. I'm really excited about the team that we're proposing to do this implementation. And I just wanted to call out like the amount of experience that this team has, and most importantly, with other software that you might be working with here today, right? I don't think you're gonna find a team that would be better suited to take you off your legacy software system and move you to the Oracle platform. Half my team came from your legacy system, either company or implementation vendors such as Drayton, who I know you guys are working with today. So this team knows that product really well, and they specialize in implementing the Oracle permitting and licensing product. So we have a great team here of people that we want to get working with you guys. We can go to the next slide. Just a couple things I wanted to point out just to make sure that the commission understands. Just when you're moving to the cloud, I know like Excel is a managed service application in a cloud environment, but these are things that we'll be talking about when we kick off the project. How we can accelerate the implementation to get you faster time to value. When you're paying for software, we want to get you using that software in a production environment as soon as humanly possible, so that you're going to get return on investment from the software purchase, but also we can learn about decisions we made during that implementation process and adjust as we go while we're still here working with you. So that's really important to us. Versatility in the implementation, you know, there's a lot of different ways to do different things in the software, and we want to make sure that we explore all the options and pick the ones that are the most efficient or make the most sense for you. Simplicity, we always start with simplicity. We try to make every process as easy as possible, but still meet your regulatory requirements. And then we go from there if there's any complexities that we need to add into it. To account for other things that we may or may not be aware of. And then the most important thing to me is empowering your staff. My consulting team doesn't want to be necessarily working with Douglas County in perpetuity for the next 10 years. We want your staff to be empowered to make the changes to the software platform that they need to make, such as when your fees change year over year, or if you want to simplify a process, or you want to add new permit types into the product. Maybe there's some things that you're permitting now, or bring another department online that maybe isn't part of the initial deployment. Whatever it is, we want to make sure that Douglas County staff have the ability to go in and manage the software and not have to hire consulting vendors to come in and do that, because that's just an ongoing expense for you. And then lastly, just to give you an idea of what would be forthcoming, should this get approved, literally next week, we're ready to stand up the software, kick off the project, start training your staff with what we call product familiarization, and then we're gonna set up a project tracking site called Jira, so we could track all the requirements, assign them. It's a workflow system, attach documents, all that good kind of stuff. And then we would move into finalizing the project schedule, starting the analysis of the processes for a few weeks, and then start talking about your integrations to your third-party systems so that we can hit the ground running on those, because you're probably not going to be able to go live until you get like your county assessor address parcel owner data integrated into the system. So we want to hit that stuff early, like your payment for online payments, get that stuff done so that you can roll this out if you choose to do so in chunks, or you can do big bang. And then by the end of week 6, we would start doing administration training, and that's more towards the empowerment of your staff. So it would be like a 3-day and we might spread that out over a week or two because most people have other jobs to do besides sit in training for 3 straight days. But but the idea with that is really get them in. They've seen the system. We've talked about it. We've been doing show and tells. Now let's get the staff to get trained on it and understand how to go out there, create a permit type, create a workflow, the fees, inspection types, all that good kind of stuff, so that they can work hand in hand with us during the implementation, which is really key for knowledge transfer and long-term empowerment. And then we would begin configuring specifically your business processes from there. So just wanted to show like what it looks like. We're ready to go. We're ready to get started. That team's chomping at the bit. They're waiting for me to call them. And I think at this point, we're going to turn it over to Joe Rizecki. Is that right? And he's going to share a quick little show and tell. If there's any questions, I'll come back up after, I guess. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Just want to confirm, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I apologize for not being there in person. I've enjoyed my several trips out to Douglas County. Unfortunately, here in Kansas City, where I reside, we got hit with that blizzard that just came through the plains, and I'm currently snowed in. So, yeah, no, it's great to be here. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Joe Rizecki. I'm the Principal Solutions Engineer for Oracle Permitting and Licensing. Quick background on me, I actually spent the majority of my career working in the public sector, both at the city and county level here in Kansas City. So it was great to touch base with the Douglas County staff. I do want to commend them for their professionalism and diligence and patience with us throughout this entire process. They've been great to work with. Today I just want to quickly show you some of the benefits of leveraging the Opal solution, specifically from the public user perspective. So, you know, your constituents, your residents, your applicants, developers, things like that, and how they'll interact with the Opal solution. So let me share my screen here and we'll jump right in. Okay, so what you're seeing on my screen now is an example of the public portal, the online portal for Oracle Permitting and Licensing. So just to piggyback off a few things that the county manager and Ian have said, you know, one of the unique things about this solution is that, you know, it was built from the ground up. We were able to take a lot of what we've learned from our previous stops, be it Acela or Infor, Hanson, Tyler, things like that, and really build out a community development solution that really fits the needs of all aspects of community development. So what you're going to see here is something that Oracle doesn't do a lot of, and I know Ian hit on this, but for only the second time, we built a solution from the ground up. And when we built it, we didn't bring in developers. We had developers, right? We had the resources of a large technology company in Oracle. What we did was that we brought in professionals from community development, you know, planners, permit techs, landscape architects, code enforcement officials to help guide us on the best way to build a all-encompassing enterprise solution. Now, that being said, that mantra and that methodology has not changed since we launched our product. Over the past 12 months, 65% of our product enhancements have come directly from our customers. So we continue to lean on those community development professionals to not only build the foundation of this product, but also build the future of this product. And we think that that's an important thing where others may have missed the mark. So here on the public portal, we'll just kind of take a walk through some of the capabilities that we provide to the customer, which is really the focal point of the solution as a whole, that public user experience. So working through here, one of the main themes of the entire solution is ease of use. We wanted to have very simplified menus, very clean, easy navigation, but also tools along the way to help guide both internal and external users as they're learning the solution. So what you're going to see here in the product today, everything, as Ian mentioned, everything is Oracle technology. We're not relying on any third-party companies or solutions to really enhance or optimize the solution. We've done everything within Oracle's technology stack. So here, we'll just kind of start at the top of the screen and kind of work our way down. So here along the top of the screen, we've got a few options. We have a global search bar. So this is kind of your Google search for the solution as a whole. This allows customers to go in and really kind of query the database for what they're looking for. Whether they're just trying to pull a permit, they're looking for a certain, enforcement related case or a project, they can go in and query the database. The next icon over is an alert center. So there are multiple ways for the county to communicate information back out to those external users. One is through these account notifications. So this can be anything from an update on a permit application, or an inspection result, or a hearing decision from a planning or an entitlement application. The other ways to communicate out are through email and also SMS text messaging. The next icon over is a pending items in cart. So this allows applicants to go in and start, the application process. And it happens to all of us, right? We're in the middle of filling something out online. The phone rings. We get pulled away from our computer. We don't want them to lose that progress. Also, a lot of times developers will have some of the information they need, but maybe not necessarily all the documentation is in order. So they can go in, fill out all the forms required by the county, save their progress, and then come back with their all their supporting documentation prior to submittal. Scrolling down into our menu, there's a few tools here that we're going to take a look at here today. But where I want to start right here is this Explore Your Community icon. So Oracle Permitting and Licensing has the ability to consume the county's GIS data and then overlay functionality, transactional functionality, or search functionality on top of that GIS data. So this is an example that we have in our demo environment. This is actually Alameda, California, just to kind of level set with you. But here in my search bar, I can search for a specific address point or parcel, and it will auto-focus in on that area, but also show me all of the pending activity. So all of the pending permit applications, their current status, any open businesses at this location, any projects, we'll talk more about projects later, any enforcement-related activity. But also I've got quick one-click access to our application process if I want to apply for a permit against this address point or parcel, and also to our permit wizard, which we're going to take a look at next. In addition to searching for a specific address point or parcel, I also have advanced search capabilities. So if I wanted to see a more holistic output of information across the entire county jurisdiction, I can search maybe for all enforcement related activities. Just by doing a quick search with a couple of toggles, let's close this out to give you a better view, I can see all of those open enforcement cases across the jurisdiction. Now from here, I can actually click into one of these little shields that have popped up and get even more information. And the nice thing about this is that the county can dictate what information they want to make publicly available. So from here, I can see this was an inoperable vehicle. It's currently in compliance. So this case has been closed, which is great, which is what we want to see. But I can see the unique identifier, the parcel information, location information, and a brief description. So we try to provide a lot of these self-service tools in the public portal to prevent the public users from having to pick up the phone and call county offices or having to make a trip into the offices, which at the end of the day is just going to free up more time and more resources for county staff. One of the things that this Opal solution really does well is leverage GIS capabilities, and really our GIS capabilities go even deeper than what we're seeing here today. The ability to leverage a GIS attribute to do a fee calculation or a certain approval or a certain workflow step. This is one of the things that we really pride ourselves on, and one of the things that we feel we do better than anyone else in the market. Next, I want to show you that permit guide or permit wizard. So what this does is that this creates kind of like a TurboTax experience for the end users to find what it is that they're looking for. Having worked with jurisdictions across all of North America, one of the common questions that is often asked of them is, what applications do I need to apply for and how much are they going to cost? So this permit wizard will take them through the process of just responding to some simple prompts or questions that will dictate to them the necessary applications that correspond with their project. The great thing about this permit wizard is that not only is it an incredibly powerful tool, but it's actually built using a Microsoft Word document. So it's really easy to manage, to maintain, to update, and create new wizards really on the fly. But you can see here, just by answering a simple set of basic questions, it's provided me with recommended applications that I need to apply for to ensure that I am in compliance with all county codes and standards. So I do want to show you a couple more things here on the public portal, and how a public user would interact with really submitting information, whether it be a complaint or a permit application back to the county. Before I do that, I want to point out that our solution is also built in responsive design. So regardless of the type of device your public users are leveraging to interact with county services, they're going to have an optimized experience. What you're seeing on the screen here, this is actually emulating an iPhone 14 Pro Max. So you can see here, I don't have to scroll side to side, which can be very inconvenient for mobile phone users. It's taken our menu and it's stacked the tiles on top of each other. But from here, even going in and interacting, such as reporting a complaint to the county, is a very optimized solution here. So from here, I can go in, it's created this mobile optimized experience. I can still interact with the map to choose my location. Also, if I'm using a mobile phone, I can leverage the phone's geolocation services to auto-select my location, which is nice to have. I can still provide descriptions, and all of these applications that you're going to see here are completely configurable and built with drag and drop functionality, which will make it incredibly easy for county staff to build and manage their own applications moving forward. We also provide the ability to attach photos, audio files, videos, to provide evidence with any kind of complaint submitted by public users. We've uploaded our image here. You can see another benefit of being an Oracle customer is that the county will be provided unlimited storage for any images, documents, plan sets, any kind of file that is uploaded into the solution. The county will receive unlimited storage and not be capped or charged for going over any kind of a storage limit, which other vendors tend to do. So here's our final project here. Also kicking me back an error because I didn't provide my contact information. Let me provide my contact information here. This is my cell phone number if anybody wants to reach out to me. And submit. So again, very clean navigation, very easy to follow steps. For what could be, a detailed process, we can still create a simplified user experience for the public users. So that was just submitting a complaint. I do want to show you what a permit application looks like, and this will be the final thing we talk about here on the public portal. But now that I have those recommended applications, I can go in and start navigating through the different application options. The county can set up as many different application types as they like, and each application type can have its own unique fee structure, its own unique workflow, its own unique document requirements. It can really be unique on a transaction type by transaction type basis. But for today's purposes, we'll look at just a residential construction permit here. It might be kind of hard to see, but there's a little calculator icon next to my application type. This is actually an out-of-box fee estimator that Opal provides for those customers that want to get an idea of what their permit costs are going to be. As we go into the application process, this entire process that we're going to see is 100% configurable and built with drag and drop functionality. So it requires no coding, no scripting, no programming, no advanced technical knowledge. Staff will just go in and they will drag fields onto a form canvas and then just publish their forms within the solution. We also offer contractor registration and approvals should the county decide they want to go that route. Choosing my property here, I can choose from a library of of approved addresses, as Ian mentioned, after we do your address parcel owner import. I can start typing in my address to auto fill in the address parcel owner information, but I can also interact with that GIS map here, which will be really helpful for your developers that are doing these large scale development projects that may not be associated to an address point or a parcel yet. They can actually come and leverage the Esri sketch tools to identify the areas where their project will take place. And this project tracking is tracked all the way from the pre-platting all the way through certificate of occupancy, so we can track the genealogy of this land space. And this is where we get into the actual forms piece of the application. So this is the application intake. So looks pretty simplified, right? You can use all different types of fields here, whether it be single line text, multi-line text, checkboxes, radio buttons, whatever it may be. You can have required, not required fields. But what you can't see on the surface here is that there's actually a lot of power and logic built into these forms on the back end. So depending on, whether they toggle on a certain toggle switch or how they respond to a certain field, it could trigger a lot of automated events to take place, whether that be assessing a fee, applying a condition to the address or the parcel that requires certain approvals, like in a historic district, or triggering a certain workflow process. So these automated tools are all set up on the back end, again, using mostly drag and drop, but also just some drop downs. Pick list doesn't require any kind of coding on the county staff's behalf. Here, when it comes to required documentation, so I was just saving my progress. I mentioned that save and resume option we had a few minutes ago, saving my progress here. When it comes to documentation, county staff can dictate the specific required documentation for each application type. So if one application type requires 6 documents and another requires 9 or 12 or 15, whatever it may be, they can set those specific requirements up on a transaction by transaction type basis. Now, Oracle takes security very seriously. So everything that is uploaded into the solution is scanned to make sure that nothing harmful or malicious is being uploaded. I can do one final review to make sure all the information I provided is accurate. And then it gives me my fee summary. And all of these screens are completely configurable. And I could submit my application to the county. Now, upon submission, the Oracle permitting and licensing workflow tools kick in to where this can automatically be assigned to a specific individual. It can be assigned to a team of individuals, and the county has the ability to update those workflows as they see fit in order to align with best practices and processes for the county. Now, after my application is submitted, I can come here to my applications menu, where I can then track the status of all of my submitted applications to the county. From here, I can go in to each individual record where I can see all the information I submitted, but more importantly, the view of this submitted record that we're seeing here as a public user, as an applicant, is identical to the record that county staff will be looking at. So as both internal and external users are onboarding to a new solution, should an applicant have a question and have to call county staff is going to click on the same buttons, the same links, go through the same navigation, so they can really walk them through it step by step. There's no translation or anything like that needed. But applicants can come here, they can see the workflow, the application details, the current status, any comments that have been made by staff. They can view any communications, any inspection related information, any fees and payments that have been assessed. And any changes to this record can also trigger automated communications back to the applicants so that they are fully aware and in the know of everything that is happening with their submitted applications. So that is all that I have prepared for you here today. I know that was incredibly quick, and it just kind of scratches the surface on the Opal solution. But I, along with Ian and Greg, are happy to answer any questions from the commission about the solution, about Oracle as a whole, or anything else that is on your mind here today.
Tom Delaire. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. I'll see if the county commissioners have any questions for you guys or your team, but from this demonstration, you can see the fee estimator was one of the things that we've been trying to develop internally to make this much easier for the public to understand how much a building permit's going to be. And this is going to be a huge tool for them to utilize. Also, we are planning on working with the fire departments, both East Fork and Tahoe Douglas Fire, as well as the three towns, Minden, Gardnerville, and Genoa. And then we're hoping that the GIDs, once we get this implemented, will utilize this as well. And what that'll help with is the submittal process. Right now, the applicant has to submit to Douglas County and then also to MGSD for sewer, and then also to Minden or Gardnerville Water Company for the water permits. And so it is quite cumbersome for the applicant, and so we're hoping to utilize this for everybody, but we're going to have to get that approved by each GID.
Real simple question. We were going back and forth about the problems you've had with the software, and you mentioned how you tried to make it work over and over again and that you needed a new software. Because this is way above my pay grade. You can go on for another 2 hours if you want, and I'm going to get about the same out of it as I did. I can't even get my email to work on my computer here. So if you're the ones who researched it, you know that we need a new software company. If you think this is the right thing to do, that's good enough for me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you guys have any other questions specifically?
Yeah, I've got a bunch.
Okay, well.
So, as an end user of this product, as you guys all know, that's something that's definitely on the demand. But I have a few questions. I'll just run through them one at a time. You can hit me back. One of them I think is pretty obvious, but I just want to confirm that pulling out of One Nevada is not going to affect our participation in the Northern Nevada Code amendments. So these are two separate things, and this is not going to affect our relationships or anything with that separate process.
Yeah, that's correct. That is totally different process that we participated in this year. It has nothing to do with One NV. And One NV is just a portal that is being used. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to make sure. And it looks like the biggest thing I think with my personal experience is that there's a lot of redundancies with the current Excella. So I want to just confirm that you guys have gone through that. This is going to additionally potentially reduce staff time because of the processes that staff is having to do, even though we as the end users are uploading and then they're having to go retouch everything again. So this is going to eliminate a lot of that issue.
It will eliminate a lot of the issue. I think we're going to have to train, the professionals and also the owners on how to do a border so that the approval stamp can be placed on there in one spot rather than locating in each page. But other than that, this will streamline that, and also the fire reviews. At least we've got their commitment to go to this program as well. They did not want to participate with Acela at all, so they have committed to go through the training process with us on this as this comes and gets developed, as this program gets developed.
That was my next question, so thank you for that. And then assuming that like building inspections and all these other processes are going to be included under this one umbrella, I guess my question is, as technology changes, is the Oracle system going to adjust, or are we going to have to possibly purchase extensions that are going to address things like live view or 3D view like we talked about on inspections down the road? Or is that something that's unforeseeable?
Video inspections are allowed on this platform, whereas on Acela it wasn't. Not that it wasn't, but there is an application for that. And so I don't know if Greg, you have another answer, but if future, I don't know what the future holds for this permitting process, but I believe it'll be able to be integrated into the software in the program as is needed.
This is Ian. Thank you. Did you turn that on? Thank you. I was just going to add, we have a quarterly release schedule, and we're working on new features and functions on the software constantly. You purchase the software, all those enhancements, all the new features and functions that come out, you get them every quarter, right? You'll get release notes. You'll get the ability to go online and watch videos about them, see what they do, decide whether or not you want to use them. But there are other platform services that long-term, there might be other things that Oracle offers that you want to bolt on that we might come out that could have an additional software cost. But right now, that's not in the plan. Everything's part of the core product.
Okay, thanks. And then only two more. The public portal seems to have a lot of overlap with our current Esri platform. So are we planning on replacing the Esri platform, or are we planning to maintain layers separately, or is the Oracle system simply going to import our shape files and layer sets?
It imports our layer files. So Esri is staying with GIS. GIS will help with the support on into the Oracle platform, which does use the Esri platform as well. So they're the same. We're using the same versions. That was for a number of years the problem with Acela is Acela was behind on what platform you could use. We were ahead of the game on Acela.
Okay, and then my last one is I think you kind of touched on, but are you actually planning on having some maybe formal workshops with the public, so the end users, so we can hopefully reduce the redundant training you're gonna have to do if it's one-on-one every time somebody comes in and it's their first time? It would be nice to have, maybe a few scheduled workshops for the local professionals.
Yeah, we can hold workshops after we get before we go live with it, just so we have that. We can also record those so that they're available in the future as well. We had talked about doing that also with Acela and the public, but once we decided to divert from that, then we put all that training on hold.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have for you.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Chairperson. Madam Chairwoman, or what do you? Okay. So back in 2017, when this was approved by the current program was approved by the Board of Commissioners, I think there were anticipation of other entities within Northern Nevada getting involved in this. Am I correct in that recollection?
I'm not entirely sure. I know Carson City had the opportunity and decided not to, and they went with their platform, and so that also kind of derailed, I think, some of this concept. I think in Washoe County, it really makes sense for them to have it in the one area, one NV.
Right.
But I don't right now. The way it's working for us in Douglas County, which is 45 minutes away from them in Reno, is that if an applicant has a user in Washoe County and didn't get and was added their account before 2017 when we were added to the Acela platform, we have to manually go in and add them into the system, and that's costing us money every time that happens, and it happens weekly, and so that's one of the issues that we've been trying to address in it, and anyway, it won't happen that way here.
How long has Oracle been in business? How long have they been working through this process?
In the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the 1900s, you're telling me, right?
I don't remember exactly, but
Yeah.
founded in the 70s. It's a tier one software, global tier one software.
I thought I had heard of them previous to this, so
Yes.
I was curious about that.
Yeah, they've been in the market.
It's not a startup company. It's not. This is the first entity involved in it. No,
Yeah.
I'm asking it. Yes, I know.
It's a great.
Is
it's
it
a
the
great
same
question.
company, Danny? I'm asking. So
130,000 employees across the globe, and like something
so
like
you're not newbies in the
130
business.
offices.
That's
Yeah.
the point. I think it's important for our residents, our customers, to understand that. Okay, this is not new. I guess some of my disappointment is that it's taken us, a long time to figure out that when we got involved with this, I think we were anticipating that it would work for us for for some time, and it's disappointing, I guess, that it took us this long to figure out that it isn't going to work for us. And that's somewhat disappointing. And I don't want that to reflect on our staff at all, okay? I just, I mean, you're right. And we hear almost on a daily basis from our developers the difficulty in trying to navigate our system. And it's frustrating because they think that us as commissioners can go in and push a button and make it happen, or circumvent code, Can you help me out with this? Somehow getting around the code. No, I'm sorry, I'm subject to the code as you are, So, anyways, so yes. I'm as a novice as this, as much as Commissioner Tarkanian has indicated earlier. So, we're going to have to. We need to pull the trigger here. We need to do something. We've identified through. I sit on the Chamber of Commerce and Economic Vitality, and we've talked about business toolkits and things of that nature, making it easier. I would imagine that, and I appreciate Commissioner Tolbert's, new Commissioner Tolbert, and congratulations and welcome to the board. So anyways, but very good questions, and and you have a lot more experience in this area than I think the rest of us do. So I appreciate the questions that you brought forward. We do have, and I would imagine that we have a handful of folks in our community that regularly use this type of program, right? And so
Yes,
I think that what Mr. Tolbert suggested is having a workshop so that they could get hands-on experience, navigation, the ones that are commonly going to use it, then it becomes a lot easier. Saves them time, saves us money. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at also. So thank you for bringing this. Yeah, thank you for doing this.
I know.
No, actually, my first computer had a crank on it. And I believe that Oracle was around when I had that computer.
Yeah.
So,
Abacus, like that?
no, the abacus I never mastered.
Abacus.
Ms. Pauling, do you have something you wanted to add there?
Thank you. No, I'm fine right
Okay. A couple of comments. I also agree, Commissioner Tolbert, it's great to have you here. You're an asset already. And Mr. Rozicki, you couldn't really see maybe you didn't notice, maybe you did, but when you said, that's a really quick presentation, we had a chuckle up here because to us it felt quite complete. So, so thank you for that. I just have one quick question, and I'm wondering, and maybe I should know this, but I don't. Does this cover the towns? Like if the towns want to use this, is it easy for them to use this, or do they have to sign up and get a contract as well? Same with the fire districts.
Well, the fire districts will be able to use this software. It's the county's permitting system. The towns are part of the county, so if there is an application that the towns need, we can add that into this system, and then they can submit or click on that they need to go to the town, and it goes to them. It's probably not the same form, but we can work through those kinds of details if that's what they're looking at doing. And they would what we're hoping to do is be able to collect the fees for a building permit. Somebody comes in, or maybe it's a planning permit. You've got county fees and then also town fees. There's an application for each town to apply, plus whatever their review time is. So I can't bill that time, but they could do it through the system if they trusted it. I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
And then the fire districts?
Same with the fire districts, but we need to work with the treasurer's office on how often they transfer the funds to the fire district. So we need to make sure that they're okay with that. Otherwise, we might have a separate fee to be paid. We can tell them how much it is here, but it'd have to be paid and then reported back in the system. But they will have access to our system so that any comments that are made the public and us will know what those comments are on that particular application, whereas right now, they're in their separate permitting software. We don't know what those are.
It feels important to me that we make it a seamless situation because I'm with Commissioner Gardner. I'm getting complaints and it seems ridiculous that we don't have a more streamlined process. And so I don't know what needs to be done to integrate with, particularly with the fire districts. But if this board can assist with making that happen, we would want to do that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the GIDs yet. I have not approached them on this, but I'm hoping that we can provide users at the GID that they'll be able to utilize the software. So if there's an application that comes in, let's just say Tahoe in the sewer district, that they will be able to provide comments back to the applicant through our system, through the permitting system. But they're going to have to participate in that. Same with the towns, the same thing with the towns. So they're going to have to participate in our system. That's the permitting system for the county. Same with the Acela today, but they were flat out, no, we're not doing this. And I'm hoping that this will change their minds.
Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, I had an observation and a question. I noticed on their presentation, they had a toggle for cannabis permits. We need to make sure that gets off of there.
It was a demo. You guys are all pros at this now.
Okay. And secondly, are we required to stay with Acela for an additional year? That's, there's no way of getting out of that contract earlier than that.
There is not. Actually, it's a fiscal year. In our 2017 memorandum from Washoe County, that's how it is. So I have to stay with them for one more year. I mean, it will give us back up in a little bit of buffer, but yeah, I'm sorry, but that's how the contract reads, is fiscal year. So it's July to June. So I give them notice now in January, and they'll have a year and a half. We already paid the fee for this year.
Any other questions? All right. Sure.
Now that you said that, we're not going to have to submit to both platforms, right? Once we.
No.
Okay.
No, just one. We're only going to pick one.
Okay.
Nathan, no. Once we get one developed, we'll move forward. It'll probably be building first and then code enforcement, sheriff's office, actually, the liquor license. If you're going for a liquor license, that'll probably be the first one to go on live. So we've got liquor licenses, we've got code enforcement that's going to come over. It's all going to be in one platform as far as community development is concerned. It's going to streamline staff's in integration with all the software, the different modules. It's just crazy right now.
Okay, with that, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. All right, is there any further discussion or is there a motion?
To it. I was ahead. What item is this, 7?
Item 246 in the packet.
246. Okay, I am there. So, I move that we approve a 5-year contract for professional services between Douglas County and Oracle America Incorporated in the amount of $1,130,838.78 as presented. Do we do 2 or? And further, that we approve the notice of intent to terminate membership and direct that it be sent to Washoe County and One Nevada, giving notice that Douglas County is leaving the regional permitting solution, One Nevada, and discounting the use of Acela after the next fiscal year, discontinuing the use of Acela after the next, and authorize the county manager to execute any required documents.
I will second.
Been moved by Commissioner Tolbert and seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank
There you go, Mr. Tolbert. You spent your
Good.
first $1 million.
All right, excellent. Thank you for your extensive work in getting to this point. Agenda item 6, for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2024-1646, a zoning map amendment changing the zoning district for a 5-acre portion of a 24-acre parcel from A19, agriculture 19-acre minimum parcel size, to GC, general commercial. The subject parcel is located on APN 1320-32-501-001, north and northeast of the Zero Lane Road and US Highway 395 intersection, behind the businesses fronting Highway 395. The parcel is within the Minden Community Plan. The property owner is Dorian Fott 2009 Revocable Trust. The board may also discuss an associated master plan amendment. First reading, this was going to be Lucille Rayo, but I don't see so.
Hi, Linda Doherty for the record, Community Development. Congratulations, Commissioner Tolbert, and to you for Chair and Vice Chair, and Happy New Year to you all. Today's item is for presentation only and is the first reading of the zoning map amendment. At the February 6th meeting, you'll be presented with the master plan amendment and the second reading of the zoning map amendment for this parcel. And at that time, you'll be discussing and taking action on those items. Findings for the zoning map amendment can be found on packet page 368. And if you have questions, the applicant's representative is here today.
Looks like no questions. All right, and this is not an action item, so there is no public comment, and so I think it's completed. All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item 7, for possible action, discussion to approve payments of $322,195 to various organizations within Douglas County to provide services related to opioid prevention, treatment, and recovery, using previously received opioid settlement funds, and authorize the Community Services Director to sign contracts for each individual organization funded. Community Services Director Brooke Adey, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present today. My name is Brooke Adey, Community Services Director. I'm here to talk today about a grant application that we released for the One Nevada funds. The One Nevada agreement was signed by Governor Sisolak in January of 2019 in consultation with Attorney General Aaron Ford. The agreement includes 17 counties, 10 cities, and 2 fire protection districts. The One Nevada funds were made available through opioid litigation that seeks to hold various entities, distributors and manufacturers of opioids accountable for the opioid pandemic. The approved purpose of the fund is to remediate harms, the impacts, and risks caused by the opioid epidemic to residents, direct funding to resolve issues that drove the opioid crisis, and part of the funding requires that all counties create a needs assessment. Douglas County has a needs assessment that was approved in April of 2023 by the Board of County Commissioners. Goals for funding identified through the needs assessment. There are 8 goals that were identified. One is case management, opioid prescription education, prevention services and resources, explore opportunities for interventions in the criminal justice system, creating an education campaign to the general public, decrease barriers for treatment and recovery services, support aftercare recovery services, and help grow the workforce as there is a shortage of clinicians across the country, but especially in rural areas of the country. So with these funds, we are able to meet a couple of our strategic plan goals. One is a public health goal, and that is to focus on mental health and behavioral health programs. The other one is to develop community partnerships and foster collaborative approaches for the well-being of our residents and provide mental health and behavioral health services. So we're able to do these things through these dollars. In the fall, we released an application to seek providers who would like to be able to provide services using the opioid funds. We received 8 applications and we're only funding 6. One of the applicants was an out-of-state organization that didn't return any phone calls when we reached out to set up a meeting. And then the other one applied for services that didn't align with the funding goals. So Carson Valley Health is one of the entities that we're going to be funding, and the goals that they're meeting of the strategic plan are aftercare services, recovery services, and community education. So they're going to provide 3 therapists for drug and alcohol groups to support youth mental health services and then adult substance use disorder groups. They're going to be hosting some education seminars, and then they're also going to host Suboxone training for providers and first responders. The next entity we would like to fund is Partnership Douglas County, and they are going to be using a prevention specialist working primarily with high school aged kids. They're going to do one group that is a Too Good for Drugs program. It is a program that's approved K through 12, but the focus that they're going to be doing is mainly in high school. They're going to do a Catch My Breath evidence-based program. They're going to partner with juvenile probation to use some online programming for kids who are in juvenile probation to look at different prevention and intervention courses. And then they will also be training local law enforcement, local professionals on how to administer the ACEs, which is an adverse childhood experience screening tool with juvenile probation and social workers. Community Counseling Center is another entity that we would like to fund, and their funding request is to help decrease barriers to treatment. Oftentimes people who are accessing treatment are unable to, even though they have insurance, because of the high costs of deductibles and co-payments. And so they're going to use some funding to help people access training or treatment and cover their co-payments and deductibles. They're also going to be providing Douglas County youth mental health services and also helping barriers for those youth to access those mental health services by helping cover co-payments and deductibles. Tahoe Youth and Family is another entity that submitted an application with their goals to provide case management, aftercare, and recovery services. They're going to start a new program with peer support specialist who is going to work with people who are in treatment and recovery to access different services and help be a support as they are somebody that has lived experience and help encourage them to continue on their recovery services, their recovery treatment. There will also be a clinical supervisor who will be doing screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. We refer to that as SBIRT to Douglas County residents. So they'll be screening people and identifying needs for treatment. And then they're also going to be doing some weekly support groups that will help those with substance use disorder, sustained recovery. The next organization that we would like to fund is the Family Support Council with their focus on youth prevention and case management. The Family Support Council already provides education training groups to the high school for domestic violence. And so now they're going to incorporate how substance use impacts domestic violence in those training courses that they're already doing. They are also going to have 3 of their staff go and participate in Safe Together and core training. And then they are also going to be screening adults that are in their program for adverse childhood experiences and also for PEARLS, which is pediatric assessment, which is much like the adverse childhood experience assessment. These screening tools help people identify things in their life that put them at high risk for substance use or mental health disorders, and then help connect them to resources so that they can get treatment for those things. The final entity that we would like to provide is the Suicide Prevention Network, and their goals that they are meeting for our needs assessment or treatment, recovery, and community education. They are going to be using credentialed harm reduction specialists to do some outreach and prevention and educational materials to the community. They are going to provide group sessions supporting those battling addiction and those in recovery. And then they'll host 3 separate conferences educating Douglas County community on resilience, coping with recovery, and mental wellness. All of the entities that we are proposing to receive funding will be providing reports to our department on a regular basis, which will all come together for an annual report that we submit to the state, showing where the money was spent and showing outcomes for the services that we've provided. In your packet, there's also a spreadsheet that shows the dollar amount that we'll be funding each entity. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those now.
Can I assume that you will be giving us the same report that you are submitting to the state?
Yes, I can come back next year and submit the report. The annual report that we're working on right now is due this month to the state. We didn't really fund a whole lot last year, so there isn't much to report. Next year, we're hoping to have a more robust report.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner?
It's not a question, it's an observation. As affluent of county as we are, it's disappointing that we have these needs, quite frankly. But I'm glad that at least we're participating in the ability to finance that need. So I'm glad that I appreciate these organizations coming forward and participating in this process on the behalf of our residents. So it was an observation, not a question.
I just have an observation as well. I hope this One Nevada works way better than the one in the last agenda item, which was also One Nevada. Okay, with that, I think we're ready to call for public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve payments of $322,195 to the various organizations identified in this presentation with Douglas County to provide services related to opioid prevention, treatment, and recovery using previously received opioid settlement funds, and authorize the Community Services Director to sign contracts for each individual organization funded.
It's been moved by Commissioner Rice and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Can we also recognize the fact that these are not one-time funds, right? I mean, we're going to be getting an annual payment into this fund because of the settlement agreements that have been, so that's good. Okay,
Yes,
so it's,
but we will monitor to make sure there's success in implementation as we go along. So very good. Thank you very much. All right, the next 3 agenda items are related to each other. So rather than breaking them up, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll power through to the end. So let's see, I should say it is 3:18, so we'll go to 3:25. we'll reconvene now. We are at agenda item 8 for possible action, discussion on resolution 2025R-003, accepting Steve L. Wash's resignation as the Douglas County elected public administrator effective December 19, 2024. Wendy Lang, Assistant County Manager, Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Tolbert.
Thank you. I just wanted to disclose before we sorry, it's clicking up here. That because I was recently in the process of purchasing an asset through the public administrator, I've been advised by council not to participate in agenda item number 8. So I will step aside.
Thank you for that. All right. Then I will turn it back to Assistant County Manager Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Wendy Lang, Assistant County Manager for the record. As you all may recall, at the December 19th meeting of this board, there was an item agendized to receive information and updates from then Public Administrator Steve Walsh. And that morning, he submitted his resignation from the position effective immediately to you all. This action item is to formalize acknowledgement of that resignation in order to initiate relevant processes, in particular ensuring that we have established a vacancy in that elected position. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
No questions? We'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or motion.
I'll make a motion to pass resolution 2025R-003, accepting Steve L. Wash's resignation as a Douglas County elected public administrator effective December 19, 2024.
Second.
It was moved by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Yes, one. We have 4 ayes, no nays, and 1 abstention by Commissioner Tolbert. All right, with that, we'll move to agenda item 9 for possible action, discussion on options for the public administration of estates in Douglas County consistent with Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 253, including but not limited to appointment of a person to fill the vacant public administrator elected office to serve the remainder of the unexpired term of the former public administrator, NRS 253.010, or to abolish the office of public administrator through the adoption of an ordinance, NRS 253.125. Assistant County Manager Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Wendy Lang for the record. As established in the title, and now that in the most recent action you have established there is a vacancy in the elected public administrator office here in Douglas County, this board now has a couple of options to consider for filling that vacancy. Consistent with NRS 253.010, you may appoint a public administrator to serve the remainder of that unexpired term, which is through January 4th, 2027, about 2 years remaining on that term. We can assist you in filling the remainder of that unexpired term by soliciting candidates or talking through a process that may satisfy you. Additionally, though, under NRS 253.125, there is language which allows this board to abolish the elected office of the public administrator by ordinance and employ or contract for the services of a person to carry out the duties and responsibilities of the public administrator. And so this item is before you for discussion and evaluation. I'm happy to answer any questions should you wish to follow through with either of these processes. I suspect there will be questions and direction provided from you as a board on the steps in order to take next steps in either of those scenarios. Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Question and a comment. One of my questions was already answered, and that's the time left in this term. And I suppose that it's reasonable to saddle a county employee with it for a short term. But I wouldn't do that to her in the long term, because it's, as far as I'm concerned, a job that only somebody who really wants that job should have. And I see that as a burden on an already complicated job. You're doing a good job, but I want to keep it that way. So for the argument, for discussion, I'm thinking that we should appoint her as the interim and then open it to the election at our next election and let somebody from the public apply for the job.
So I think that we're in this, these
you're looking at-
these agenda items kind of are intertwined, but we're going to focus on whether we want to fill the vacant elected position, or do we want to abolish the elected position and make it an appointed position during this agenda item? Yes, County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, that was default setting. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. So to add some additional clarity for those who may be following along at home, we had a technical issue with the packet today for this board meeting item agenda. And so for those who are referring to the agenda as it was posted and has been posted in accordance with the statute, item 9 is to discuss the various item options outlined in statute for the public administrator for this board. Item 10 does refer to a temporary special appointment in consideration of county staff member for that position. You have called item and read item 9 into the record. The packet, however, has those two agenda items reversed and flipped. And so for those following along at home, if you're looking for the background materials related to item 9, which has been read into the record, you will want to go to item number 10, which starts on packet page 428. We apologize for any confusion that has created. Madam Chair, these two items are loosely related, and because of the confusion of the public, it is your discretion to read both in the record now, and we can have these conversations together. I don't know how to unconfuse this any further, but that is a thought for you.
Yes, I will do that. I like that thought. We are going to take these. We are going to discuss these items jointly and take public comment on both items at the same time. Agenda item 10, or maybe 9 if you're reading along, is for possible action, discussion to designate the Community Services Director as a suitable person to perform the duties of a special administrator in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 140, and as may be deemed necessary by the judges of the 9th Judicial District Court on a temporary basis until a public administrator is appointed or the office is abolished, and authorize Douglas County to pay for the expenses incurred in the performance of those duties which cannot be paid for out of the decedent's estates. All right, okay, now we've got that right. Commissioner Rice, thank you for your comment, which sort of touched on both of those.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry. My agenda reads a little different than the one that ended up being on the, yipes.
All good, we figured it out.
I stand by what I said earlier. Brooke is doing a marvelous job. She's stepping in to fill a pair of shoes that are quite large. And I don't want to saddle her with anything that is going to take away from that, because it's far too important a position and so important to our community that the person in that position carry on with what has already been started and amplify if you wish. However, we've already done away with the office of constable, and I'm not a council person. Council, those people that like doing away with everything. And I think that we should find out if somebody from the public is willing and able to step forward and get elected to this position and do the job that has been done in the past, rather than doing away with it and making it a part-time position for somebody that's already got a full job. So that's my thought.
Thank you for those. Commissioner Gardner, before we go to you, I think it might be wise, unless there are just questions, I think we should do public comment first and then go. Is that all right with you, Commissioner Gardner? Do you want to run? I think we should do that. Yeah, let's do that. Is there any public comment on either agenda item 9 or agenda item 10? Seeing none? Okay, good. Commissioner Gardner.
Okay. So the thing that is I can recollect a conversation I had several years ago with then County Manager Patrick Cates regarding this public administrator position and some of the weaknesses that we were incurring as late as 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our residents, and yet this position interacts with our community in troubling times, right? When people have lost loved ones, and it's lacked transparency in my mind, and it hasn't really, because we've had this position in place, it's tied our hands a lot because it is an elected official, and it hasn't given us the flexibility to really impose a whole lot of oversight into that position. So while we have this opportunity, it would be my thought process to go ahead and abolish the position, and I like the idea of just abolishing the position and working towards the employment or contract for the services so that we will then have proper oversight of that individual and some more fiduciary control of how that office operates. When an individual might come forward and be very qualified in the elected process, that position just doesn't get a whole lot of oversight by the public, quite frankly, unfortunately, and so we don't know what we're really hiring. This way, the board has a lot more control of how that office operates and gives us a lot more oversight into ensuring that the proper aspects are carried out in the proper manner. So that's my leaning is that, and I realize I don't want to pile any more, as Commissioner Rice is saying, I don't want to pile any more on Miss 80, but I think that's just a temporary process until we can determine whether and have people come forward that want to take on that process. We can enter into a contract with those individuals and understanding exactly what we're going to expect out of that person. So that's my leaning.
Yes, Commissioner Tolbert.
So I'm actually very similar, except that, as Mr. Rice said, I'm not really wanting to remove more power of the vote by abolishing this position. However, at the same time, it could be that is what needs to happen in order to make this position function. So I'd almost like to think that we could accomplish all those at the same time, in that we potentially put this out for someone to fill the gap and become appointed, and at the same time possibly direct staff to, should no one come forward that is acceptable or capable, that we at that point say, okay, now we've exhausted the opportunity to continue this as an elected position and then bring it back in-house. But that gives staff time to create a mechanism that actually works. Maybe it's a new position, maybe it's added to someone else where we can contract. I think of the sheriff and the tow companies. There are people that do manage estates as a profession, and possibly we could work out a way to contract with them so that when an estate comes up under the county's purview, we have an administrator at the county level who then can dictate to and delegate that to a private entity to manage that and give it the time that it needs. I simply don't see us providing a county position to be on eBay and figure out what things are worth and run estate sales and the minutia of executing an estate. But I feel like I agree that we do need more control. And I think ultimately that's where we should go, but I'm hesitant to just remove the voters' ability to manage this. So I kind of trying to maybe sneak out both ways at the same time. Because if maybe in 45 days, if there's nobody viable, then we go ahead and do it. But at the same time, we double down with having a solution that would eliminate because right now it would just be, right, give it to community services and then we propose something down the line in 45, whatever time. Is that making sense?
Yes. Commissioner Tarkanian, do you want to weigh in? If you want to share it.
This is an area that I have no firsthand or personal knowledge on. It is my understanding there's a public administrator in most jurisdictions, right? And they're almost, from what I know, they're all elected, aren't they? At least down south they are. You say no, so what is the normal process for this? In Clark County, I believe they're elected. I think they're on the board, on the ballot there.
Madam Chair, if I may, Wendy Lang, for the record, in 7 of the counties in Nevada, the role is an ex officio role. So either the district attorney's office is assigned that responsibility, or in some cases, other elected offices are assigned that responsibility.
Well, that's a simple problem. We'll have Doug do it.
Oh dear, I think I've made some enemies now. In another 7 Nevada counties, it is elected. That includes Douglas County. And then there are 3 Nevada counties who appear to have abolished the office and approached it through appointments, whether contracted or employed.
Right. So the only comments I was making is because we had one person who was horrible at this. I don't know if I should say that. His actions have been questioned quite significantly, or we talk about abolish it because of just this one person and because of his acts, or if we had a problem with this in the past over the years. Doug is shaking his head yes. And I mean, if we've had problems over the past with multiple ones, then maybe it's better that we take it out of the elected position. If we haven't had any, I would assume just leave it in the elected position. But you guys know better than I. I have 5 years of experience here. You guys have a lot more.
I'll weigh in. Unless, did you have something? Okay. I'll weigh in on this. I've given this a lot of thought. We have known that there are concerns in the way the cases have been handled for years. But what we had was some responsibility and zero authority. That's a horrible combination, because even though you know there are problems, you cannot do anything about it except for ask for a report. And if you don't get a report, you can't do anything about it. What we have is a situation where the public administrator who resigned has, by his own explanation, taken the cases that were lucrative and resolved them. What's left is many years of cases that are not lucrative, that won't pay anything. And if we ask for someone to come forward now to seek appointment for the remaining 2 years, we'd be asking someone to untangle a huge mess, a huge backlog of cases that don't pay anything. That's my one line of thought. My other line of thought is I have some familiarity with how much money it takes to run a successful campaign in Douglas County, especially a successful contested campaign. It's many, many thousands of dollars. This position does not pay enough for someone to seek election if there's a contested race. So I like giving the voters as much power and ability as possible to direct this county and who's at the helm in the various offices. But to me, it doesn't make sense in this office because it doesn't pay enough for them to actually campaign. Couple that with the fact that I've lived here for well over 30 years, and as a voter, I never really took the time to understand who's running for this, what are their qualifications, and who should I vote for. I mean, that's by the time you educate yourself on the more visible positions, very few people take the time to understand the candidates for this position. So given all of that, I would lean to abolishing the position at this point so we can move forward more quickly, untangling what we have and putting things to right, especially because, and this is the kicker, for me, NRS 253.125 subsection 3 that says a Board of County Commissioners may repeal an ordinance that abolishes the elected position. So if we abolish the position now, and then down the road we see that things are coming together, things are being straightened out, we're on top of the case log, the backlog of cases, we can reinstate it as an elected position later, but if we abolish it now, it gives us more maneuverability to get things put right, and then we can start fresh at a later date. And I like the idea that buys us some time for staff to come back to us and say, here's some data regarding the cases, and here's some pros and cons of appointed or elected versus contracted versus salaried, which is what we want when we make this decision. But if we don't abolish the elected position at this point, we are handcuffed by the fact that if we appoint to fill the remaining term, we are limited in compensation by what the statute provides. And it will be hard to find someone who's willing to do this for what the statute provides. So that's on the question of, do we abolish the elected position or not? I lean with Commissioner Gardner to abolish it now, but reserve the right to look at all options months down the road once we get this more sorted out.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rice.
My question is, should we decide to go that route, who are we going to, and I hate to sound negative, but who are we going to saddle this with? That's my concern.
I think that's a very fair concern.
I do not want to do anything to jeopardize the inroads that have already been made by our excellent employees by saddling them with one more thing and the old camel and the last straw. Is there some way that we can bring in a county employee who is not a county employee? Could we create a position and then fill it with someone who would like the job and who has some experience in liquidation, but is not already a county employee?
My understanding is if we voted today to abolish the elected position and under the agenda item regarding the community services director, not only could we give her authority to perform duties of special administrator, but we can give her authority to contract with someone to start investigating and organizing the cases and making a plan for resolution or clearing out of the backlog of cases. And so then in 6 or 8 weeks, the process of abolishing the elected position would be done, and then we could look at that point on how it's going and see if we need further action.
I would like to ask the person who we're about to saddle what she feels about taking on the additional responsibilities. Would you be so kind?
Brooke Community Services Director. I would like to say that I have an amazing team of people who are very supportive. This is not going to be a one-man show. It won't just be me saddling with the responsibility. Be working closely with Jody Martinez, who is the social services manager. So between her and I, we will be untangling all of the things that have been happening up until this point with the support of Cynthia, with the support of Wendy, Jennifer. This is going to be a real team effort.
So I'm hearing you're okay with it.
Yes.
Thank you.
County Manager has a comment, and then to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Douglas County has a history with good public administration and not so great public administration. We also have the benefit of having recently done an operational review of this work in this position. And what that operational review found, and this was the report provided to us by Moss Adams, was that this position, under the individual who was elected into office, did not have sufficient resources to be successful in their role. They recommended additional software and support staff, and they recommended that we have that conversation with the public administrator. We did. We approached him. We asked him if he needed support. He declined support. I'm sharing this information with you because we're not saddling one individual. We're saddling a team. We have got to take a team support approach to this to solve this problem, and we need to make sure, no matter which of the options the board selects, that we have sufficient internal controls in place and resources allocated to this work to ensure that any individual contract team is going to be successful in the role moving forward. I think, unfortunately, if we do not do those things, history is the best indication of what has happened and what will occur moving forward. Something has got to change. Saddling one person with this is not recommended.
Commissioner Tolbert.
I guess that answered that question, didn't it?
So I guess the next question is, given that this role is in other counties or jurisdictions, is social services the correct location, given that there's going to be legal actions need to be taken? Is in one hand, I can say you probably already have contact with many of the people involved, given that that's where the people are coming to the public administrator. So is that, I guess my question is, do you agree that social services is and community service is the proper department to take this on?
Brooke Community Services Director. I think that we are very well equipped with the staff that we have and the experience they have dealing with the sensitive population and the nature of the things that are happening within the public administrator cases. So yes, I think that with the support of all of the people that I had mentioned, I think that this is a good place for it to sit.
Would your department be able to undertake long-term, not in the next few weeks, but long-term, some education and prevention measures with our senior population regarding having affairs in order?
Brooke Community Services Director. Those are some of the things that our social services department does do. They engage with different individuals who teach things such as getting your affairs in order. They have seminars at the community center. So that is something that we do and will continue to do to make sure that people know what resources are available for proper planning.
Because it seems to me like the more people do that kind of planning and preparing, the less burden on the public administrator. Yeah, I'm getting a head nod. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Other questions or comments? All right. Then is there a motion? Oh, well, there can be more than one motion here.
Well, that's what I
Action
was
here.
going to ask, is do we need this to be more than one motion, or do we need, okay, so, So at this time, I would move that we request staff draft and bring forward an ordinance abolishing the Office of Public Administrator, which allows the county commissioners to either employ or contract for services of a person to carry out the duties and responsibilities of a public administrator in accordance with, what is it, NRS 253125? Okay, that's the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have the first piece of direction undertaken. Next, does someone want to craft a motion?
There is a recommended motion, but I don't know that it's proper. And I would say that, once again, and you brought it up, Commissioner Hales, and that's something that is concerning, is that if the estate doesn't really warrant, if it doesn't have the financial resources to really benefit the person investigating the, that's troublesome to me, that case would go by the wayside, basically, or be delayed for an excessive period of time. So I'm glad you brought that up, and I think that's an important aspect to understand in this process. So anyways, in that process, but I also agree with the other commissioners that should we get down the road here in 2-3 years and find out that everything is fine and we can put the proper controls in place that would give us a little bit more oversight, that perhaps then we would want to return this to the public for election. So I don't have any objections to that either, but I don't know that we need to put that in the form of a motion at this time, just that we have an understanding there. Let's see.
Can I talk?
So,
What were you asking me?
Do you want to make a comment before Commissioner Gardner makes a?
Well, we have to, the county has to probate these estates. They can't just say, hey, we're not going to do it because they're not making any money. So what I think you're talking about is having somebody in staff do it. County's going to have to pay the cost because of the mistakes that was made by the previous public administrator. And it seems to me I keep calling you Brooke, but Miss Adie, she feels she can get it done, and it seems like we only have one choice here. We're not gonna. Okay, anyway.
right,
all
that's
I have.
how I was going to try to frame
Okay.
my motion.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to paraphrase what's here as a recommended motion, because we have directed that staff bring back the abolishment of the office. So I move for the designation of the community service director as a suitable person to perform the duties of a special administrator in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 140, and as may be deemed necessary by the judges of the 9th Judicial District Court on a temporary basis until that's the weakness, okay?
Until a long-term plan is made.
Until a long-term plan can be established, and authorize the Douglas County to pay for the expenses incurred in the performance of those duties, which cannot be paid out of the decedent's assets. Right? That's
Okay, it's
right.
been.
So that establishes the person and how we're going to pay for it if it can't be paid from the decedent's estates, right?
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian, I think it was. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Council, you look like you're squirming. Would
I know. I'm not sure she had it straight in her mind.
Yeah, I don't have a good poker face, do I? I'm sorry. Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. So you're not appointing an employee to serve technically as a public guardian. Right now, they're just going to serve as a special administrator in those cases where it's an emergency. So I just wanted to make that distinction because it felt like you were saying this is the person who's going to be the employee who's acting as a public guardian, and that's an important distinction. Sorry, I do that every time, public administrator. So I just wanted to point that out that, you know, we were looking in the statutes trying to come up with an interim solution, and the special administrator, which is in a different NRS chapter, is the interim solution. So once the ordinance comes back, there'll be some steps about, you know, do you want to contract or do you want to employ? And then at that time, we'll actually appoint a public administrator. Right now, it's just a special administrator who serves in an interim basis.
And that's why I put the words in there on a temporary basis.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure.
Is that a
Thank
motion,
you.
Council?
Say that again?
Is that a motion, Council?
Sure. Well, yeah, until the office is, you know, abolished, rather than long-term solution. That's what made me nervous.
Yes, we're clear. We're good. Commissioner Tolbert, do you have a question or comment?
No.
Okay. Can I offer? I'd like to offer an amendment that would be this, and that this, and that we authorize the community services director to engage outside assistance in investigating, organizing, and coordinating these cases. So that, okay, that's the end of the amendment.
And I would second that. Basically, what we're doing is going back and saying either employ or contract for the services of a person to carry out the duties, right?
So if
So we
she-
don't necessarily have to do it within the department.
Right. This amendment, in my view, would give community services the opportunity to hire someone to start resolving and organizing and getting this, so that we don't have to wait 6 or 8 weeks.
How would they be paid?
Out of, I don't know, out of the, I guess, general fund. I don't know. Unless you have, they have, the county manager has authority up to $50,000, right? Yes, so she could use that authority to get this started. Some of these cases date back to 2019. And I don't want to wait another 8 weeks before we seriously start undertaking this work. So anyway, that's the amendment that I offer.
I'll second that, but I have a question. Now, if we have an individual in the community that wants to take on a responsibility of this nature, still at the direction of community services, and be paid for out of the proceeds of the estate, would that be okay? Rather than a county employee being on payroll. So maybe that's a legal question, I suppose, huh? Good.
Yeah, Cynthia Gregory.
We're posing some real questions for you today, huh? Stump the district attorney.
That's why I showed up. I think you need to be careful about getting a little far afield with regards to compensation and how they're going to be paid, because it gets interesting under the statute, right? Because if it's a salary, then all those proceeds come back into the general funds. If it's not a salary, then it gets paid to the person. And if you're contracting with somebody else, If you have an employee who's the public administrator and then contracting with somebody, I don't think you can say this person's salaried and this person is not. So you need to, that's starting to get a little bit far afield with regards to the authorization of the contract. I do think that the county manager already has that authority. And I know Brooke and Wendy are already reaching out and seeking that, and have drafted actually a professional services contract to get somebody on board as soon as possible to help figure out what we know and what we don't know.
So if you're assuring me that my offered amendment is already authorized, then I'll withdraw it and be comfortable that we're moving forward in that direction.
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, good. I'll withdraw that.
I'll withdraw my second.
All right, perfect. We have the original motion. Are there any questions on it?
Brooke, are you okay with this?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we already had called for public comment, so we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I think we're done with that series of agenda items. Thank you. Here we go with agenda item 11. I'm going to read quickly. For possible action, discussion to approve the appointment of county commissioners, staff, and alternates to various Douglas County boards and committees. These boards, commissions, meetings include but are not limited to the Nevada Association of Counties, Northern Nevada Development Authority, Carson Water Subconservancy District, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, Law Library, Nevada Works, Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce, Carson Valley Visitors Authority, Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, Lake Tahoe South Shore Chamber of Commerce, Western Nevada Development District, Regional Transportation Commission, Nevada Tahoe Conservation District, Carson Truckee Water Conservancy District, State Line Stormwater Association, Joint Powers Waste Management, Tahoe Transportation District, Carson Valley Arts Council, Audit Committee, Quad County Coalition, China Spring Youth Camp, and Aurora Pines Girls Facility Advisory Board, Douglas County Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority, State Land Use Planning Advisory Council, South Shore Transportation Management Authority, and the Debt Management Commission. County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Each year at this time, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners appoint themselves to the various boards, committees, and commissions mentioned in the title of this agenda item. Beginning on packet page 432, you will note the list of 2024 appointments of commissioners to the various boards and committees mentioned. Obviously, Commissioner Walt Noasad is no longer with the County Commission. At the very least, his committee assignments will need to be reassigned. But for your reference and for some ease of discussion today, on packet page 433, we have outlined each of the committees that are at end of term that require official action by this board. Additionally, just for clarification, as a point of clarification, I would note that the South Shore Transportation Management Authority, their bylaws dictate that their board appoints their membership. This board has consistently made a recommendation to that board regarding appointment. Currently, Commissioner Hales has been appointed by their board to serve in that capacity. Their terms are for 2 years at a time. And her term, she's in her first year of appointment in her term. So there is no action to be taken on the South Shore Transportation Management agenda item, and I do apologize that that was listed in the title. With that, I turn it over to the Commission for any questions you may have.
I can try to help expedite this. I know it's getting a little bit late for everybody. Speaking with Commissioner Tolbert, he would like me to take over the law library position. I had it before, then Commissioner Noasad wanted it, so I relinquished it to him. So I'll go back and do that. He also said he would be interested in doing the Western Nevada Development Authority, which is on my list. So I would give that to Commissioner Tolbert, assuming this is okay with the rest of the board. And then there's been some interest on my part to take the Northern Nevada Development Authority spot. So if that's okay, those three are there.
Thank you. Any other comments off the bat? Commissioner Gardner?
No, I don't. I'll try to make mine real quick also, if you don't mind. Okay. First of all, my appointment to the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District. I've been on that board for 4 years now, and I think I've served my time on that. And quite frankly, unfortunately, it meets on the third Wednesday of the month at night, and at time that's just in front of our board meeting on the following Thursday morning. And at times, the distances have just been difficult for me to try to make that meeting and then get home and get some rest and then have a board meeting the next day, or I've had conflicts, and I take my board assignments very seriously, as you know. So I try to make all of those. So I would like to ask that I be that responsibility taken away from me, and not necessarily taken away from me. That's not properly the proper terms. But anyways, I'd like to make that available to another commissioner, and so I have suggested perhaps Commissioner Tolbert take on that role to learn a little bit more about water in our county. Secondly, the Douglas County Parks and Recreations Commission Advisory Board, I'd like to also take myself off of that role if it's in concert with the rest of the board. And I thought maybe Mr. Tolbert might be interested in that. Both of those meet at night, so I think that might help in regards to I know you're still employed, right? So that might help also, except for today. Well, I realize that. So those are the two responsibilities that I would like to go ahead and cede to another commissioner. The one thing that Commissioner Walt Noasad was assigned to, Regional Transportation Commission, I would really like to take on a role in that regard. I haven't served in that position yet, and so I would enjoy taking a part in that if the rest of the board's okay with that. Otherwise, I would like to continue with all my other assignments. Thank you.
Commissioner Rice.
Yes, I have served on my boards for over 6 years now. I'm very comfortable on the boards that I am on. However, the chair has indicated that she would like to take my place on the Tahoe Transportation District Board, as she is the South Shore Transportation Management Association member, and those two work very closely together, and I would not object to that. I would, however, like to maintain all the rest of my boards and commissions, at least for the next 2 years.
Thank you. Good. Commissioner Tolbert, do you want to weigh in on anything before I go down the list and confirm?
So all of those that was presented before, but I'd also like to volunteer as the alternate for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency behind Mr. Rice. The Parks and Rec Board, I actually tried to get on that as a public member before, so happy to take that on. And what was the other one? Western Nevada Development District. Yes, I'm happy to step up there. And the Water Sub-Conservancy.
Okay, good. I think I have this all noted, but what I'd like to do is go down the list real quickly, and if there's anything that I get wrong, please jump in immediately and we'll sort it out. And when I'm done, we can hope to have a motion and be done with this. Audit Committee will be Commissioner Tolbert, Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce, Commissioner Gardner, Debt Management Commission, Commissioner Tolbert, Law Library, Commissioner Tarkanian, NACO, Commissioner Gardner with an alternative Tarkanian, Nevada Tahoe Conservation District, Commissioner Tarkanian, Nevada Works, Commissioner Tolbert, with me as alternate, Quad County Coalition, Commissioner Gardner, as alternate, Commissioner Rice, Regional Transportation Commission, That would be Commissioner Rice with Commissioner Gardner as alternate. Regional Transportation.
There's two commissioners on that.
Oh, there's two commissioners. Okay. Both would be, both Commissioner Rice and Commissioner Gardner would be appointees on that. Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, Commissioner Rice. Tahoe Transportation District, me. Western Nevada Development District, Commissioner Tolbert. Campo and Carson Truckee Water Conservancy District would continue as is. Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District, Commissioner Tolbert and myself. Carson Valley Arts Council, me, with County Manager Davidson as alternate. Carson Valley Visitors Authority, Commissioner Gardner with Commissioner Tarkanian as alternate. Douglas County Lake Tahoe Sewer, Commissioner Rice. China Spring, Commissioner Hales, me. Joint Powers Waste Management, Commissioner Rice with Commissioner Tarkanian as alternate. Lake Tahoe South Shore Chamber, Commissioner Rice with Commissioner Tolbert as alternate. Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, Commissioner Rice. Northern Nevada Development Authority, Commissioner Tarkanian with Commissioner Gardner as alternate. Parks and Rec, Commissioner Tolbert. Regional Transportation Commission, Commissioner Rice. TRPA, Commissioner Rice with Commissioner Tolbert as alternate. State Land Use Planning Advisory Council, Maureen Casey. You guys were quiet, that's a good sign. Is there a motion? Oh, public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
What would the motion say? I would make a motion to accept everything Charlotte just said, but only the last few minutes, not hours.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. All right. That was our last agenda item. We will move to closing public comment. Is there any? Seeing none?
I do have something. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yes. County Manager Davidson.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I did note on running commentary on the Record Courier, if anyone wonders if we watch what's being said on the Record Courier, yes, we do. There was a note of Scott Morgan's departure from this organization. Absolutely, he has entered into retirement. We will be honoring him, and we do invite the public to join us in honoring him on January 16th at our next board meeting with a proclamation. Following that proclamation at lunchtime, beginning at noon in the CVIC hall, Mr. Morgan is hosting his own retirement party and did ask us to extend that invitation to the members of the public. He says it's a light lunch, folks, because he's hosting, but he cannot wait to interact with members of the public. He has been with our organization for 31 years. I know there's a lot of individuals who want to shake his hand and extend their thanks for his multiple years of distinguished service with this organization. It'll be a good day for us all to take the time to do that, and you are invited. Thank you.
I think we're all in denial about that. So, but yes, what a huge hole he will leave. Thank you for that point. Before we adjourn, I will note that under Tahoe Transportation District in the last agenda item, Travis Lee is listed as alternate, and he is no longer an employee with the county, as I understand it. So I'll just make that note. I do believe that we already appointed Commissioner Tolbert as alternate there, so we're good with that. Okay, then we will adjourn. Thank you.